In this 4.5-hour beginner music producer course, you're going to learn everything you need to know to start making your own music in FL Studio. Whether this is your first video on making music or you've been already producing for a few months, this will be the most important 4 hours you're going to experience, even if you've already took other courses or tried learning on your own. My name is Max, founder of mixelite.com, where for years we've been teaching millions of producers online and turning no-name bedroom producers into hit makers. If you stick by, follow along with this course and download all the resources you'll find in the first link below, I promise that by the end of this course, FL Studio will be your second nature. You'll be turning ideas into real music like it's a game. You'll be able to write your own fresh sounding chords and melodies, program amazing sounding drums, arrange your ideas into full songs, record and mix vocals, and then mix and master your track until you have a full song ready to be released on Spotify or YouTube. So clear your schedule, put your phone away and turn this video full screen because you're about to master all the fundamentals of music production. This course is divided into a 7-day experience with daily homeworks and no prior knowledge required. So if you want to go through it in a structured daily manner, check the first link in the description. You'll also find there the bonus chapter, but just know that I'll be referring to the chapters and timestamps you have below as days, because every day we cover the next topic that builds on top of the previous one, step by step. Ready? So let's just take a few minutes to cover all the gear you actually need to start making music. First off, the right computer. Music production apps and all the virtual instruments and effects are quite heavy to run. You'll likely be fine for the coming months with your current setup, but what I need you to look for is CPU with highest single processor core speed and amount of RAM. So if you're upgrading CPU, look for at least Intel 13th Gen i5, and for RAM, at least 16 gigabytes or 32 if you want to future-proof. If you prefer Mac, M-series processors are unbeatable for music production, and all major music making programs are also available on macOS, so you're good to go. Don't forget about storing everything on an SSD if you don't want to be waiting long minutes for your projects and instruments to load. Next essential will be your headphones. Music is made out of frequencies, and only your headphones control how clearly you hear the music you make. A good pair should have a flat frequency response, so from lows like sub and bass through mid frequencies to high frequencies. We want our headphones to not colorize any of these parts, because the goal is to make sure that the music we make translates well to other playback systems like car stereo, laptops, or earbuds. They also should have good imaging, so how clearly you can tell where each sound is coming from, like knowing the guitar is on the left and the cymbals are on the right. So when looking for headphones, keep these two factors in mind, but inside today's downloads, you'll find a list of headphones we recommend for every budget. That's all the necessary hardware you need to make music. Believe it or not, everything else is totally optional, but there are still few things that you'll find on most home studio desks. First is an audio interface. You'll need one if you want to connect your PC with your microphone or speakers, which in music production world we call studio monitors. If you just want to record up to 2 inputs, like a guitar and a vocal at the same time, a 2-input audio interface will be enough. Again, you'll find a few recommended in the downloads. For now, just remember to watch out for ultra cheap interfaces because they can break quickly, introduce latency, or not give your microphones enough power to record. We'll talk about recording vocals later in the course, but you might want to get yourself a pair of studio monitors. To choose a great pair, same as with headphones, make sure that the frequency response is flat. You don't need a full-blown setup with a subwoofer. If you have an average size room, 5-inch speakers will be perfect. Don't go for anything higher than that unless you have a huge studio space. Monitors don't wear out like headphones, so for about $300 you can get an amazing sounding pair that will keep for 10 years or more. With the monitors, however, placement matters even more than the gear itself. The first key is to use the perfect studio monitor placement calculator to find where exactly to position your monitors. You'll need to measure your room, type in some numbers, and it will tell you the exact placement. The link to the calculator you'll find inside the downloads, so keep it until you get your first pair. Then you tilt your monitors toward your ears with tweeters, those small membranes, at your ear level. And finally, your head and the two speakers should form an equal triangle. Pretty simple, right? But even with this setup, when you're making music, the sound will bounce and echo around your room unless you fix it with some acoustic treatment. You don't need to hire an expert or buy expensive panels, shelves with books, some sofas, carpets, mattresses, all kinds of heavy stuff diffuse and absorb the sound a lot. That's why having studio in your bedroom is definitely a good idea. If you have completely plain walls, you can get some acoustic foam for cheap, but this will only dampen the mid to high frequencies, like human voice. The most troublesome are the low frequencies. And why am I talking about this? Because this will all build up, causing you to mistakenly think that your music sounds bad. So it's just even good to be aware of this. If you like to fix this and absorb those low frequencies building up, you need very dense material like rock wool. But even getting an old mattress and putting it against the wall will make a huge difference. The last thing is that some people think that to make music you also need a MIDI controller, like a MIDI piano keyboard. These just control the virtual instruments we'll install. You don't need any controller at all. If you want to tap in some rhythms like drums or simple melodies, your typing keyboard can work like this as well. So having a MIDI keyboard is cool, but definitely optional. Spoiler alert, you also don't need any real instrument. Every instrument you can think of and more you can find in the form of a virtual instrument that you can use to make music with. And no, you don't have to be able to play any instrument at all. That's why you have us here with you. Alright, you've got the gear, now the software, so let's focus. I'm going to share some key info. As a music producer, you'll use one main piece of software that will run all of your music production needs inside. This is what we call Digital Audio Workstation, or DAW. 70% of people on Earth use only 4 most popular ones that are Pro Tools, Logic Pro, Ableton Live, and FL Studio. For some reason or the other, each of these DAWs has different type of fans. Pro Tools became the standard for people recording live instruments. Logic Pro, a Mac-only tool beloved by songwriters. Ableton Live is for tech lovers, geeks, and live performances. And finally, probably the most popular one, FL Studio. It's easy to start, hard to master, popular with beginners and pros, making hip-hop, house, trap, EDM, film music, and everything in between. Each DAW is made out of the same elements that just basically look different. That's why we always recommend to start with FL Studio, a DAW that will definitely let your creativity fly as far as you want it to, and if you'll ever want to change, it's just a matter of days. Each of these come also with their own trials, so you can test them out, and different price versions, so you don't have to pay for everything if you don't need it. Our DAW of choice for this course is FL Studio. It has fully functional, unlimited free trial. You just can't open the projects, but other than that, you can really learn a lot. If you're looking to purchase the full version, get the Producer Edition. It's the best bang for your buck, giving you everything you'll ever need. It's much better to keep the difference you'll spend on other versions and spend it on your knowledge and skills. So let's download it and start installing. And in the meantime, before we dive into it, let's understand the process and workflow behind creating a track from start to finish. Naturally, the first step is coming up with ideas. That will be writing chords, writing melodies, creating sounds that inspire you, browsing, or also writing lyrics. Then we start the production session, where we take the chords and melodies we wrote and add additional elements like bass, drums, percussion. Maybe we add more layers to it, make the whole idea have more arms and legs. After, we need to structure all of this brain dump in time. This is what we call an arrangement, so that our song has its intro, outro, chorus or drop, breakdown or verse, however you'd prefer to call it. The fourth step comes in, and it's the most time-consuming and the most technically complicated process. It's mixing, and it's all about making our tracks sound just as the professional tracks you hear on the radio or festivals. We'll be applying different processing and effects to each element that we've already wrote as an individual or as a group to create a well-balanced mix. It takes about 5 to 10 hours on average. Of course, more if your track is very complicated. As soon as you decide that it sounds good, you have ready, as we call it, final mix. At this point, we'll export the track into a single audio file and put it into a fresh project to do the final polishing process called mastering. This is the final 5% of preparing your track for the release. We'll make sure that the song is loud and up to the current industry standards. The thing here is that since you're used to your track so much, the mastering process is sometimes outsourced to a professional for a fee so they can dive in with fresh ears and make the best decisions. And the final step we get to is releasing. You'll be contacting labels. If you have a manager, they will be doing it for you, and labels will take care of all the publishing and promoting the track for you. You can also release your music on all platforms like Spotify or YouTube by yourself. That we'll also cover later in the course. All right, FL Studio installed. Today we'll cover the layout, navigation, and basics. And every next day of the course, we'll dive deep into each of the components. So by the end of the course, you'll be able to confidently use all of them on your own to create full songs. When you first open up FL Studio, you'll see this welcome window that allows you to choose which project or demo project you'd like to start with. By default, we have it set up to this one, and we don't really want this to show up in the future, so just let's mark this and start new. All of this might feel complicated, but let's start one by one. First thing you'll notice on the left side of the screen is the browser. Think of it like a big components library for your song. By default, you'll see the FL Cloud over here, which is a subscription product offered by FL, which you definitely don't need right now. So let's go over to all. You'll see here many different folders, but you'll mainly use this area to drag and drop individual sounds into your project, like drum hits. We music producer call them samples. The ones that come by default in FL Studio, you'll find inside the folder packs. So you can definitely ignore everything else other than that. Inside you'll find many different sounds. And the main place of your project is the playlist. This is where we put all the pieces together in time. And if you click around, you'll notice that you're placing down so-called patterns. Patterns are like building blocks of your music. A pattern can have drums, melodies, bass lines, or any combination of sounds. And you can use the same pattern as many times in your song as you want. And if you double click the pattern, you'll open up the channel rack. This is the third key window in FL Studio, and here's where you create patterns. By default, you should see a few channels preloaded already for you in the channel rack. Each channel has so-called step sequencer. With left click, you can add those at random like this. And with spacebar, you can start playing. And with right click, you can delete. Pretty quick and intuitive, right? Technically, you can make them infinitely long, but watch what happens in the playlist. It actually just repeats itself because we have the same pattern over and over placed like this, right? Inside the playlist, you also delete by right click. So we have two different types of elements. We have samples that mainly are just for drums, and we also have virtual instruments, which is this flex bass over here. Let's try to add it like this. The problem is that in the step sequencer, we can only see steps, the rhythm basically, right? All virtual instruments like this one have some kind of settings. To open it up, just click on the name and it will show up. Pretty intimidating at first, but all of those gives you some kind of control over how this sound sounds. And it's definitely not as complicated as you might think. Since it's a melodic instrument, we should be able to make it play different pitch as well. That's what you can do by clicking at different keys on your keyboard. This virtual instrument, or VST plugin as we call it, is called Flex. It's a stock FL Studio plugin, and technically we should say that it's a synthesizer, since the sounds are made artificially by synthesizing different waveforms. It is not a pre-recorded real life instrument, right? But it has a lot of different sounds you can choose from. So this would be super fun. Coming back to the channel rack, the problem now is that we only have those steps. Instead, since it's a melodic instrument, we'd like to write a melody. That brings us to one of the last windows you'll find in every DAW. To open it, right-click and choose Piano Roll. Here, you can dial in the notes you want your instrument to play again in time, right? It will basically mimic the step sequencer, but allow you to choose different pitch of the channel you want to control. We'll dive in depth into it tomorrow. Everything you'll write in, you'll also see inside the channel rack. I also want to make it a little bit quieter. For that, you have this handy knob next to the channel name. And the one on the left controls the panning. So whether the sound is on the left ear or the right ear. There are many different stock VST instrument plugins in FL Studio. You can find all of them by clicking on the plus in the channel rack. Again, many different options, but if you'd like to look for instruments, you'd go for Synth Group or Synth Classic. All the other ones are basically just utilities that we will not really use that often. For example, we use the one from Synth Classic, which is this flex over here, right? So if you'd like to add another instance or another channel, you just click on it like this. You need to know that the VST plugins market is huge, and there are hundreds of companies making their own plugins, instruments, and effects. Other than the stock ones you'll find here, there are many free instruments online that we'll cover and install tomorrow. Same with the samples. I don't really like how those drums sound, so that's why you can go into the packs inside your browser and find different drum sounds and simply drag and drop to replace them. These stock ones are also not ideal. The quality of the sounds you use play a big role in the final quality of your track. That's why we've prepared for you a pack with our best curated samples that are used by top tier artists around the world, so you can be sure you're using the best sounds. You will find them in the later downloads in the course when we'll be covering drums. So as you can see, making patterns like this inside Channel Rack is a great way to brainstorm. If you want a clean slate, just click on the plus next to the pattern name to add a new pattern. If you want, you can name it, and you'll see now that the pattern is empty. A new pattern showed up in the so-called picker panel, and you can also place it in the playlist. So I'd like to now play whatever we have here in the playlist, but as you can see, when we hit spacebar, nothing happens unless we actually go to the pattern and double click the pattern. That's what we have the top menu bar for. Majority of those settings over here will not be any useful to you. I personally don't even use 90% of what you see over here. The most important panels are this hint panel that basically will tell you what you are hovering your mouse over. And whatever you have active right now, let's say Channel Rack, and you hit F1 on your keyboard, it will take you to the manual. From my experience, when people start to read through those manuals, you can really get totally lost. So I personally don't recommend this unless you're looking for some specific feature, right? Next, you'll see two knobs. The one on the top is for the main volume of your FL Studio. I would not be using it ever. It's basically an extension of your default Windows or macOS volume. Then we have Master Pitch, which is just changing the pitch of the whole project. You also never actually use this knob unless you want to, just have fun. Then we have the song position, which I don't find any useful ever unless you want to change the position from where you want to start playing your pattern from, which I don't know, may happen. Then you have the pattern or song mode. So when we wanted to play our song, so our playlist, you need to just change it to song. If you want to go back to changing the patterns, you just can change it to the pattern. And it will be playing whatever active pattern you have right now. Then you have the BPM. So this is the beats per minute. It defines the tempo of your track. All the music styles are always somewhere between 90 to 160. Inside today's downloads, you'll also find the guidelines of how to perfectly choose it. Then the whole area over here is about recording. So if you are recording anything, which we'll get into later in the course, you might be using some of those settings. And all of these are pretty friendly, like countdown before recording, or overdub, which is basically record on top of what you already recorded. For example, you might want to record the rhythm of your kick drum, right? So I can click on my typing keyboard and I will have some kind of a rhythm. I can then just click record. And since I just want to record the notes of the kick, I just hit notes and automations. Now, if I hit play and start hitting on my typing keyboard, you can see it basically exchanged. If you'd like to wait for the input to start, you can just now hit play. As you can see, I hit the play button. And if I stop, you can see it exchanged. So now we need to uncheck both of those buttons so we can play the song. Right, now you have stuff like countdown before recording or blend recording. So if we now arm the recording again and start playing, as you can see, we've added both notes that were not here, but we did not delete the other ones. Right, so we're just adding new notes. And if you enable loop recording, it will be looping the pattern all over again. Let's come back to everything we had before. So if you want to record anything, those are the settings you might want to play around with. Then we have the song position. You can see it in beats, or if you click it in minutes and seconds, then you have the snap or quantizations of your project. So if you change it to none, nothing in the playlist will stick to the lines and the grid, which can cause a lot of troubles because the rhythms can sound off. So let's come back. Then we have the pattern settings, which are also very, very simple. If you want to add a new pattern, you can just click on the plus, or if you want to, for example, clone the pattern or rename it, all the options you'll have in here. So this is also very, very optional, and you don't need to know about all of these to start making music. And then we have 5 most important buttons that are just opening the playlist, opening the piano roll, the channel rack, and the mixer. Now the mixer is the last key window inside FL Studio that we'll use in the 4th step of our workflow, which is mixing. Believe it or not, I've been making music for a very long time before I even started to look into the mixer. So get used to opening and closing the different windows. We have the playlist view over here, then the piano roll that you can open by right-clicking on the channel or opening the window through the button over here, and then choosing the channel you want to edit from the drop-down menu. Over here, you can see we have all of the same channels as we have in the channel rack. And then what's up with the mixer? If you remember, inside the channel rack, we have those numbers that we can basically roll out. Those tell us to which mixer track this element is connected to. So for example, our kick is now connected to mixer track 1. Our instrument we have connected to the track number 5. As you can see when it's playing, we have nice volume indicator. Mixer can be intimidating because people often make jokes and ask studio engineers if they know what all of these knobs are doing. But the truth is that every single track is exactly the same and controls the same things. It's just prepared to process a ton of instruments, right? So you can see a lot of those, but it's just for your convenience. When I play, you can also see that the master track is also showing the signal coming through. This is because all of those individual mixer tracks are connected to the master track. So this is kind of our group of everything we have in our project. Mixer is super cool. You'll totally love it as soon as we get into the mixing phase in our course. For now, don't worry about anything else other than what we've already talked about. By now, you have a good idea on what kind of hardware you need, what software to choose, what's the process of creating a full song, and the rough overview of how to start using FL Studio. And your homework for today is, of course, download today's pack. You'll find in the button below this video, the site for the hardware you want, and download FL Studio. Then I'd like you to explore the stock packs inside the browser and play around with them. Definitely build a simple pattern inside the channel rack and place it in the arrangement view. And also play around with the presets you'll find in the Flex synthesizer to find some sounds you like. Or even try out different synths FL Studio has built in. Today we'll get into the first phase of producing a track, which is ideation, finding sounds, and writing chords and melodies. So what actually makes up for a great song? You know already that music is made out of frequencies, and well-balanced song would naturally have a well-balanced frequency spectrum, meaning that all the frequencies in the spectrum would have some kind of element occupying it. We'll dive deep into each of the spectrum on day 4 when we'll be mixing. For now, you need to know that usually our track should have a few elements that each will be focused on a different frequency spectrum. That's why you'll see bands have 3 to 5 elements, like bass occupying lows, keyboard and guitar and vocals all occupying the mid frequencies, because the mid spectrum is the meat of your song, and then highs. That is occupied usually by cymbals. Drums usually take the whole spectrum a little bit because they create the rhythm and the groove. So no matter the style you produce, you'll be most likely having at least 3 key groups of instruments in your track. Since we usually start with the chords and melodies, I like to use a piano to come up with some ideas. And then we can always replace it with any synthesizer you like or a different instrument. If you've done yesterday's homework, you should have a rough idea what stock synthesizers FL Studio has to offer. The Flex synthesizer we've already tried out, and while it has many cool sounds, I'll be honest with you, there are other also free instruments available online made by third-party companies that only focus on creating the freshest and highest quality sounds. Don't get me wrong, you're just starting out, there's no need to install anything extra if you don't want to. But I want to help you get better fast. And better starts with choosing better instruments. So before we dive into writing chords, let's find and install third-party instruments. This way you'll have more and better sounds to play with as you make music, and also be able to explore and install new instruments on your own. So I love real instruments. They bring life into your music. None of this is sponsored, and you'll get the download link to all plugins in the course downloads at the end of today's video. The hands down best free VST instrument plugin is Lobs by Spitfire Audio. It has all the real instruments you'll need. So let's search for Labs and you'll see the Spitfire Audio Labs. You can just go to try free and continue without subscribing, and then just create an account. Then I'm on Windows, so I'll download for Windows. Now let's go install, and always the important part will be your VST or a VST3 folder. So just make sure you remember that path, and let's install. And now Labs opened as a standalone window. Usually we'll never need anything standalone, so we can just delete those guys. We'll be opening and playing this instrument inside FL. So we just need to go to FL Studio Options and File Settings. Then you'll find the Plugins area. You need to click on Manage Plugins. Now the only important part is the plugin search path. FL Studio has by default enabled the default Windows paths. So if you changed the path where your VST plugin installed, you need to make sure to add it by clicking on this button over here. It is a default folder for me, so I can just click on Find Installed Plugins. Now it will show up all the different plugins you have installed. As you can see, I have a lot of them, but we want to search for Labs. And if you write in, we'll have Labs over here. We can favorite it so that it shows up quicker for us. And now close the windows. This just tells you what we've done already, so you can close it. And then, as you remember, to add a new instrument, we'll go to our channel rack. Then click on the plus and you will find Labs over here. So we can click it. And now we can log in, or if you don't have an account, you can make a free one on the same website where we've downloaded the plugin. And now you see everything here is empty. To add new packs, you need to click on Explore Packs button over here. And now you can play the preview of any pack, and we are interested only in those free ones. So we can just hit on the free tier, since most of the packs here inside this plugin are free. You'll love playing with this plugin. I'm looking for just a simple piano so we can clearly hear what we'll be building, but you can choose any one that you want. Soft piano is perfect for this purpose. While it's downloading, let's explore what's going on in here. You can see the piano keyboard. And this is the fundamental of all music. All of it happens on a musical keyboard. The white and black keys are called notes. Just like letters make words and sentences, notes come together to create melodies and harmonies. If you look closely at the keyboard, you'll notice a repeating pattern every 12 keys. This group of 12 notes is an octave. Once you reach the 12th note, the pattern starts over and over again, but at higher pitch. But we never write a song that's using all of the notes. Rarely. We just use 7 notes that create a scale. It's like picking certain colors to paint a picture. It helps us to set the mood and feel for the music. There are many different types of scales, but the 2 most important ones are major scales. These are happy and bright, and minor scales. These sound more serious or sad. I promise the last word to remember here is the distance from one key to another, which is called semitone or half step, and 2 together are called a whole step. It's important because when watching different tutorials, you'll see people mentioning this, and knowing half steps or whole steps amount helps us build scales and create the melodies and chords in songs. All right, so for example, a major scale will follow the white key pattern. It's pretty easy. So it's whole, whole, half, whole, 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 and half. This gives us notes C, D, E, F, G, A, B. Since we built the scale starting from C, the C is our root note, so the scale is called what? Yes, C major. For minor scale, the sequence of steps is a little bit different. It's whole, half, whole, whole, half, whole, whole. And in today's music, pop, hip-hop, R&B, and any electronic music, minor scale is definitely more popular. Thankfully, you don't have to remember the sequence since FL Studio has a built-in piano roll helpers for that. So we have it installed. Now let's go and open piano roll. I hope you remember how we do that. You can see a little bit lighter and darker highlights over here. So you can just place notes like this. It will be a C major scale. And if you just place it anywhere, it will create E major scale, for example, right? Because the scale starts from note E. To open the helpers, it's very easy. You can just right-click on the note icon on the piano roll menu bar and just click on default and then choose, for example, a major scale, right? So we now have exactly the same highlights, right? But if we choose, for example, root note, let's say we want F, you will see that the highlights changed a little bit. So now we are starting with F, and you can also see the F is marked as the darker note. If you this time left click on the note icon, it will enable snap to scale. So it will not allow you to put notes anywhere else other than on the scale notes. This is definitely useful. I don't know why it just feels weird to do that because, you know, happy accidents, right? So I'll disable the snap to scale and go for a minor scale. So what's going on? We have a lot of minor scales. The thing is that all of those minor scales differ by 1 note or just 2 notes maximum. But the most common one is minor natural and minor harmonic, which is my personal favorite. Same with major. All of those scales are major. They just have a little bit different vibes to them. So if we go for, let's say, minor, you'll see now we have and if you choose the harmonic minor, we have so those 2 notes basically differ. But let's go back to natural. And now that we've chosen a scale, we can start building chords. And a chord is when you play 3 or more notes at the same time. So technically, this is a chord, right? Or this one. To play the notes quickly like this, I hold left alt and right click. You can see that I'm going only on the highlighted scale since we've enabled the helper over here. So then a chord progression is a sequence of chords played one after the other. So technically this is a chord progression, right? But there are some rules to make it sound great, because the chord progression is the backbone of your song. Most songs have just 4 chords in their progression, and they just repeat and repeat through the whole song, or even 2 chords in the progression. Chords also define what kind of melody we can play. It is a part of extensive music theory, but since there are only 7 notes in a scale, we can only make 7 basis chords, so there are not many ways we can go for. When writing the chord progression, it's always easiest to start with the root note, or bass note as some people call it. The root, just like in a tree, it's the lowest note, and it serves as a foundation for the rest of the chord. We musicians use Roman numerals to tell the progression. So here's a popular we can go for. That is 1, then 5. So we count all the white notes up to 5, also counting the first note. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And as you can see, I place it after the note, right? So we let it play for 1 beat, and then on the second beat, so we have 1, 5. Then we go to 6, so 1 higher, and 4, so 1 lower than 5. Then we build a chord by stacking every third note. So we just skip 1 note in between. So we go 1, skip 1, place 1, skip 1, place 1. Same here, skip 1, place 1, skip 1, place 1. Skip 1, place 1, skip 1, place 1. You can hear that it's getting very, very high in pitch. So we can mark everything, hold Control, and hit arrow down on your keyboard. It will take it an octave lower, so everything will sound the same, just 1 octave lower. Now imagine what happens if we keep building the chord by skipping 1. Let's add 1 note to each chord by skipping 1 extra. Like this. Now you're getting jazzy, right? So you could technically be adding even more notes, but it doesn't really start to sound any better. Overall, we've added the 7th note, as you can see. Those are the 7th notes counting from the root note of the chord, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Another pro tip is to double the root note an octave lower. This will make our chord sound a little bit more full. Holding Control and Shift and left click each of the root notes of the chord. Hold Shift and drag them, release Shift, and place them an octave lower. It will now sound like this. Another pro tip here is, as you can see, the difference between the notes here, it goes like this, right? The highest note is over here, and then the highest note of the next chord is very far away from this one. Let's try to make it more smooth like this. So we can, holding Control and left click, drag our mouse over the top notes, similar to what we've just done with the whole chord progression. We just hold down Control and arrow down. It will sound a little bit different. This is called different voicing. So same notes, but in different octaves. Nice, let's do that again with a different chord progression. We'll go with 1, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So 1 higher, and let's extend it like this. Now let's build the chord. Now you can see the FL copied the length of the last note. We can just delete it by right-clicking and hit on the shorter note, and it will remember this length. So we keep building the chord like that. And now we can click on this note, so it will copy the length. Let's do the similar thing so it flows a little bit better. So we take all of those notes that are a little bit too high and take them down an octave to create a different voicing. Now it sounds like this. Or what we can do is even take the whole chords other than the first chord an octave lower. So it also flows pretty nice. Let's hear it now. If you'd like to make it even longer, you can mark all of those chords and take this arrow over here and extend the chords, and while holding Alt, release it when you reach the double of the length, right? So it sounds now like that. Right, so something like this would be too fast. The perfect length for my ear is over here. Now let's delete this and go with something like C sharp. Why not? It will sound a little bit different and give you a different vibes, even though the relation of all the notes is exactly the same. So let's build on 1. The note is here a little bit too long, so we can hold Shift and extend it like that. We have 1, 6, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, so 2 will be here, and 5, so 1 lower than 6. And I'm again counting only the highlighted notes. And then let's create chord by skipping 1 in each. It's pretty quick when you have the helper. That's why it's pretty useful to always have it on. Let's take the voicing down. Alright, so it will definitely work for some ballad or a little bit happier track. Let's go and try the same progression, but in minor natural. And now we would need to change the root notes and all of those notes. So let's go back and go for 1. We had 6 here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we build it like that. 1 in between. 2, which is right. Only this note differs. And then 5, which only this note differs. Now let's take those guys down and hear how it sounds. You can see that this chord sounds pretty good, but it's not in scale. That's why I would not turn the snap to scale, because you can get some pretty, again, happy accidents. But let's take it down as it should be and listen again in proper minor natural. And lastly, this chord for me doesn't sound quite right. That's why you can experiment with different modes of the minor scale, especially with the harmonic one. As you can see, all of the notes are correct, but the last note over here. Let's try it out. An excellent progression for stuff like melodic trap or any emotional kind of song. This could work definitely in any genre. Now the question you probably ask is, how do I know which root notes or what progression should I actually write on? And the problem is that there are no rules for that. You can definitely play around with any progression. Let's turn on snap to scale for real quick and even take something like 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sounds pretty nice, or something totally random like that. Let me take this 1 octave lower. And just quickly change the voicing here of those 2 notes. great sounding progression, even though it was totally random. However, there is a list of progressions that work for certain genres and certain styles, and you will find the full list of the progressions that simply work inside today's downloads, because the root notes you choose, this is where the magic happens. There's no magic in building a chord by skip one, right? Or just changing how the notes flow in voicing. This is not hard. The hard part is getting the right progression, because it will define the vibe of your track. As soon as you have a progression like that, you can always experiment by adding just random notes to it. Let's say we add this one here, and this one here. This didn't work well. Let's try this one. A little bit too many notes over here. If you stick to the scale and just build first the progression and then build basic chords out of that, and only then start to play with duplicating the root note and octave lower, or changing the voicing and then adding some notes here and there, there's just no way you'll write a bad sounding chord progression. Now we'd like to add another simple element, like a melody on top of our chords. Think of it like a lead melody of a guitar on top of the keyboard, or a vocal on top of a guitar. For that, I'd like to use a synthesizer so we can blend the realistic piano sound with a synth. Also, that's a great chance for me to show you the best free VST synthesizer, and that is Vital. Let's Google it, and you can go down and click on Basic, which is for free. Then just create an account, and then you'll be able to download it. There's no need to upgrade to Plus or Pro. They mainly just differ in the amount of presets that come by default pre-installed, but in today's downloads, you'll find a ton of presets for you to choose from. So let's install this. Installation is complete. We can go again to Options, File Settings, Manage Plugins, and again, find Installed Plugins, and then just search for our Vital. You might see a couple of different versions of it. I always prefer to use the VST3 format. It's the newest one. Now we can close it, go to Plus, and hit on Vital. You can click on Work Offline or Login again. And now don't get intimidated. This is a full-blown synthesizer that lets you create any sound you can imagine. Sound design process is very fascinating, and we also have super in-depth courses on just sound design if you'd like to get pro as a sound designer. But we just want to search for a cool preset. You can click on the Init preset here, and it will show you all the presets you have pre-installed inside Vital. You can choose one and start playing on your typing keyboard. If it doesn't play, you just need to click on the window itself.
Text to wavetable.
I don't really like the stock presets that come in Vital. There are many free Vital preset packs that you can find, but we've prepared for you a Vital pack that you can find in today's downloads. Inside Vital, just go and import pack, find the folder and double click on it. You'll find it over here. Pretty cool stuff. We have a course that covers Vital in depth, so you can make any sounds you have in your head. If you feel like it, you can definitely go in and play around with those settings, especially with the macros on the left, which quickly change how those presets sound. Now, let's go back to our piano roll and now open up the Vital piano roll so we can write the melody on top of our chords. Let's make our piano a little bit louder and our pluck a little bit quieter. All right, so when it comes to writing melodies, a pretty good idea if you want to skip all the music theory and just like play around yourself is go to your typing keyboard to piano keyboard button and right click it. It will show up the layout. And the trick here is to choose the exact same layout we've chosen for our piano roll. So we chose the C sharp minor harmonic. So let's choose C sharp and minor harmonic. Now your typing keyboard will only play the notes in the right scale, starting from Z. This was A and Q and 1. So you will only be in scale, and now you can just play around with a rhythm. I would start, for example, with a root note of your track, which in this case will be Z, A, Q, or 1 on your keyboard. So we can do something like this. So I'll try to improvise something. Right? Very, very simple. We can also record that if you want by arming the record button, changing it to only notes, and then we can enable the countdown before recording and start. Right? Very, very simple. And now we can unarm the record. Let's figure out something even better. First framework for writing melodies that I'd like you to follow is just to write a simple melody only on top of the notes that we've already written when putting down your chords. So you can see in the piano roll those gray so-called ghost notes. If you don't see them, you can go to View and Ghost Channels, or simply hit Alt and V. So you can see if we hit Alt and V, the other channel we have over here will show up as ghost notes. So we can just follow the notes like this, for example. Right? And that was pretty cool already. Let's try it out. Maybe you can go a little bit out of those chord notes, but still with snap to scale enabled. The idea here is to never keep the rhythm all the time the same. So as you can see, if I were to take all of those notes into one note, this is the rhythm of our melody. You can see that every bar has a different kind of rhythm. So if you'd like to take this approach, you can choose the paint tool and paint over all the notes, and then just maybe even like delete some of them. Right? Maybe I don't like really the last part, so let's do it like this. And now, after we've got your random rhythm, basically, right? We go and change up the notes. So we can go down on up or higher like this. Doesn't really matter. We'll hear how it sounds in a second. Completely random. This technique with coming up with rhythms first and then changing up the notes doesn't really work as good as the first technique I showed you. Because it goes completely random. Here it goes down, here it goes up, and up. And instead we would like it to kind of like maybe flow like this, right? So that's why this technique with rhythms can get you somewhere. It will not necessarily be a good direction. However, the third really good technique is just creating something repetitive and then repeating it 2 or 3 times in each of those bars. And then in the fourth bar, changing it. Okay, so let's try it out. And then just copy it 2 times. So I'll just take it, holding Shift, copy it 2 times. And then maybe since those guys were going up, 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 we can go down on the 4th to change it up a little bit and create some kind of question, right? And answer. This is what we usually do when creating melodies. Maybe something else. Pretty cheesy, not going to lie, but as you can see, it works. The best way will always be just trying out and adjusting in real time. So start writing the first bar of your melody, check if you like it, and changing one note at a time, and not necessarily start all over again, getting frustrating because it just doesn't sound nice. So that is the 3rd technique. And the 4th one is actually the one that I've showed you in the very, very beginning. By choosing the correct layout of your typing keyboard and playing around. Let's say I played a nice melody, but I have not saved it. Fortunately, FL Studio always records your MIDI, even if you're not recording. For that, you can go to Tools and damp Score Log to selected pattern last 2 minutes. You can zoom out using Control and Scroll, and then zoom in using also Control and Scroll up. And then again, we'll mark, I think, this part. I'll copy it with Control C, and then with Control A, delete everything, and then scroll back and paste those guys back here. And we'll take only this part. If you see that some notes are very close to your chords, you can put them into the chord note. It, for example, here or here, it should better fit into the chords. I like it a lot. This is something I played by accident on a typing keyboard, and we have full course just about writing chords and melodies, but those are the essentials you need to know to start creating your melodies and harmonies. Now we covered the mids with our keyboard and melody. The one thing I think you'll love is also making a bass line. It's very easy because we'll take what we already have. Let's add another instance of Vital. Go into our presets and check one of the basses. Let's take this one, open the piano roll, and we'll follow the root notes of our track. We have the ghost notes open, but since we changed the voicing, you might not actually remember which note of these was the root note. But that's actually also a pretty cool exercise. So let's try finding the root note. The root note of a chord or a root note of a whole track, right? We can find by trying to hear if it sounds like home, right? This is pretty funny, but let's try from the top. See if this note feels like home of this chord, okay? I don't know. Let's try this one. Not really. And this one? Okay, this definitely feels like home. If you don't feel it, just try to practice and try to even like hum what will be the home without hearing the bass note itself. So it will be C sharp over here. And then maybe let's take it an octave lower, or even 1 octave even lower. Let's hear how it sounds even with just one root note. by itself could be like this, but let's try to find the root note of the other chord. I think it's F sharp. Yep, and then this feels pretty good. Let's see. We can go octave lower with the C, but I would not suggest you go any lower than this because the bass will start to sound pretty weak. Keep that in mind to not go too low with your bass. And if you'd like to make the bass progression even darker or even more, emotional, you can just extend the first root note and simplify it like this. Sounds super cool because the chords change, but the bass stays the same. Inside the macros, our presets have those enabled so we can quickly change how the bass sounds. So today's homework is to first play around with labs and find a few instruments you like. Then please create a few chord progressions using the progression cheat sheet from today's downloads, ideally using different labs instruments. And also don't forget to create a pattern for each chord progression so you can always keep everything and come back to them. Then download Vital and install the free pack and try to create even very simple melody like today's for each progression you made. Today we'll be doing the second half of production stage, that is drums, and then we'll get into a little bit of arranging. So with drums, we have the same rule as yesterday. The better quality sound we start with, the better it will end up being. Sure, tomorrow we'll get into mixing and you'll see that we can turn even a really basic instrument into something that's totally unrecognizable. However, gold in equals gold out. So why not start with something exciting right away? That's why yesterday we've already installed the Labs and Vital plugin to not rely on the stock instruments. So today I've prepared for you an amazing collection of drum sounds, and these sounds are used by top tier artists worldwide so that you have the best starting point possible. And spoiler alert, in the music production community, buying sample packs in specific styles is pretty common, but the one you get at the end of this video, we made pretty huge, so you will not have to spend any extra money for any other sample pack in the coming months. This loop we've made yesterday it feels a little bit trappy, so let's build trap drums. We could build in the same pattern as we have here, but since it's pretty long, we would have to fill all of the drums over, and we don't really need that much. Usually only 4 beats. As you can see, every beat is distinguished by different color. So what we can do is click on the plus or scroll up and it will pop up another pattern for us and we can build the drums over here. You probably also like to hear the drums on top of the instrumental. So what we can do is go back and choose the pattern 1 and place it in our playlist view, and then scroll up and place another pattern just like that, and then just basically duplicate it. So we have it 4 times. So whatever we built right now, as you can see, it pops up in the arrangement view as well. Now we can just go and turn the song mode so we can hear both patterns at the same time. Let's use those stock drums first, and then I'll show you how big of a difference using quality sound makes. So trap drums will start with a hi-hat. This is this kind of sound. And we can go and right click on the insert, and here you'll find a couple of automatic fills to save a little bit of time. So as you can see, it just filled every second step. Then for the snare, which sounds like that, we'll put it on beat number 3 and beat number 7. And since each beat starts with the new color, so we'll place it on 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it repeats, so it's 5, 6, 7, right? So you can just leave it like that. Then for the kick drum, you can place it on any start of the beat or half of the beat where it feels good for you. Usually the drums, create the groove and the rhythm, so you want to show people where's the start of the beat. That's why I'll put the kick, which is like the fundamental of your drums, on the starting beat. Let's turn down our instruments a little bit. Doesn't sound any good at all because our drum pattern, especially the kick, should be at least 2 bars long. And for now, we just have it 1 bar long. And the bars you can clearly see in the arrangement view. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4. And the beats are the vertical lines in between. And then beats you also have visible in the channel rack easily, looking by the color, so that we have 4 beats in a bar and 4 steps in a beat. So what we can do is remove those 2 patterns and extend them. So we have it double size like that. And now we need to add more hi-hats like this. As you can see, in arrangement also changed. So now we also add a snare, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So we place it here. And then let's make a variation of the kick drum. Right, so we can place it anywhere on the half or the starting. So let's maybe try something random like that. Right? Don't go over the top. Drums, especially in trap music, are only to keep the rhythm going and not necessarily be in the highlight, right? So something easier like that's definitely better. If you'd like to also create a little bit longer variation, so for example, in this part, create drums as we have right now, and here just make a variation of the kick, what you can do is click on the pattern and make it unique. It will now rename it to the pattern number 3. Another thing you could do is also just go into the pattern options and clone it, right? So it would create another one. We already have it here. So let's make a kick variation like this. Maybe we can just go with some extra kicks like this at the end. Right? We keep it very simple with the snare and hat for now and just play around with the kick. Now, let's change up the drum sounds, okay? Trust me when I say this, but there are many tracks with as simple drum pattern like this one, but just use amazing sounds. So how do we install the sample packs? First, as you get today's downloads, you'll see some sample packs inside. They usually look like this. We have different types of sounds sorted in different folders. So just take the sample packs and place them somewhere on your computer where you know you'll not be touching them anymore. Because if you do change the path, FL will not know where to look for them, right? So keep them in one place and then just simply drag and drop them into your browser. Super easy. We need to do this one by one. And you can see we have those 2 packs already here. So let's take the Supreme Drums Volume 1 and first find a cool kick drum. You can open the folder and just with your arrow down, scroll through the sounds. Let's take the kick 1 and just simply drag it over the current kick we had. Now let's exchange the snare. We look for snare or clap. They usually sound pretty similar. Claps are more high-end focused, so a little bit more bright, and snares are a little bit more punchy. Let's take this one. And now let's exchange the head. Let's go for a closed head. And drag it over. If you don't like the sound, you can quickly exchange it using Shift and arrow up or down in your browser while playing the song, so it will automatically exchange like this. Much better. Let's check what we started with. And now here we have very, very simple, but already much better just after exchanging the samples. Now let's go and create some hi-hat rolls. FL has a graph editor built in that allows you to quickly do that. Let's open it up, and whatever channel you have marked here, you'll be able to quickly change it. So for example, you can see that note pitch, it opens up a mini piano roll, right? So exactly the same thing that you would see inside the piano roll if you open that manually. So inside we have this repeat function that allows you to quickly create a cool rolls like this. Let's make it play only the pattern. There are no rules for where to make rolls. You should make it where you think it sounds good. So play around. But one framework that I like to use is change something every 4 beats. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, we change something here, 1, 2, 3, 4, we change something here. Or if it sounds better somewhere else, let's place one repeat over here. Like that. It works because we create a contrast. So in these 3 beats, we create like the fundamental of the hat pattern. So you get used to kind of this rhythm. Then you change something up. So you like tickle the ears, and then you do very similar thing over here. So you keep the same pattern for 2 beats and then change it up at the end. So don't go over the top and don't try to like, place stuff like that. So for example, here it sounds really nice as well, even though we put the roll in the 2nd beat. But now I would delete the other one to not cramp up the hat with too many rolls. Now you can of course do a little bit different things as well here. Let's go to note pitch, and we had the roll somewhere over here. So let's change the pitch and check what it does. As you can see, we only made this change in the pattern number 3. So we would technically need to go to the pattern 2 and apply those changes as well. However, we can just go to the pattern 3, mark the hat pattern, click Ctrl and C, go to the pattern 2 and paste it. So if you open now the graph, you'll see all the changes applied as well. And the last thing for hats that I think you should know about is the velocity, where varying the velocity of your hats will also bring them to life. So you don't want to sound too robotic. I would put down the velocity of every other one. It doesn't have to be perfect. Even if it's not perfect, it's better because it's more human. Right, so we would have something like that. A bit less maybe even. Right, very, very subtle, but creates a simple difference. In the pattern 2, we could also change a little bit of the rolls so that they are not too repetitive. Perfect. Now we can see that we only can have 3 elements and the beat starts to sound pretty good. Let's add some different elements. For example, perks or rims work very good. Also claps. So perk, rim, clap, something that we'll put as an additional element to like spice the drum loop up. So let's replace this clap over here. Also, similarly as we've done with hat rolls, we'll make the change somewhere around the 4th beat. So here and here. A very generic pattern is to put the clap off beat on the beat 4 and 5. Now we can change the sound. Right, so we have a little bit of variation in the pattern 2 and 3. In drums like this, a lot of the vibe comes from the hats. If we were to exchange the hat and make a pattern where we skip 2 and repeat the pattern, so we now repeat the pattern again and again. We got drill vibes right away. With stuff like drill though, we delay the snare and place it on the 8th beat instead of the 7th and add 1 kick drum somewhere at the end as well. So maybe 8th or 7th, or let's do both. Right, so if we are saying on this topic of trap drums, it's definitely a good idea to touch slightly upon 808s. So 808 is very similar to bass that we used yesterday, but it got really popular to not use it as an instrument like we used yesterday, Vital, right? But just use a sample as the instrument, which is possible. We can just choose one that we like. Let's drag it over to our playlist and turn on the piano roll. I also changed from song to pattern, so you can just try it out. An 808 usually behaves similar to a kick drum. Sometimes people even not use a kick drum at all when they use 808 bass. An 808 bass, depending on what chord progression you made, you also can just simply follow the root progression, but follow also the rhythm of your kick drum. So we have kick drum on the beat number 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have a 808 here. So let's try it out. It would require some mixing that we'll get into tomorrow. Let's remove that for now and create another pattern, and we'll create some simple ADM drums, house to be exact. Let's also use some stock drums. First, let's open packs, go to drums, and just choose a kick drum, and you can just drag them like that. So we had previously kick, snare, closed hat, so you just need a snare. Let's take this one. And for the hats, so we have 3 elements so far. If you hold shift and scroll up, you can change the placement. So let's put them all the way to the up so you can clearly see them. And the house drums we just make with 4 to the floor beats, so we can just feel each 4 steps. Then we add a clap on beat number 2 and beat number 4. Then we add closed hat every off beat. So every off beat. And then we can also add a percussion element like we had inside the pattern 3, as you can remember. We can do similar thing we've done with the rim. Let's take some percussion element. We'll again place it on off beat, but the problem is that again the drum pattern here is just 1 bar long, and as we remember, at least 2 bars or 4 bars is best, so we can make variations. We can just place an extra kick and make it fill each 4 steps, and it will extend the pattern for 1 extra bar. And for the off percussion elements, we'll do it again somewhere at the end, right? So let's place it like this. Would work if you make it hit just before the next beat. You will create this popular disco effect. We can also introduce some more closed hats that work similarly to our clap that we have here. We'll use a little bit shorter hat to mimic how would real drums work, right? So hi-hat can be opened or closed. That's why we have here open hat, and we can add a closed hat somewhere in between. What we've done is 4 to the floor kick every beat, then every second beat we place a snare or a clap, then every off beat we put an open hat, and then we add a couple of percussion elements on those steps that come just before. Now let's replace those sounds with something from our pack. We have the Prism ADM drums teaser. Let's start with a kick drum. Let's take this one. For the clap, whatever you choose from those packs will be way better than anything else. Then we have our open hat. Let's take this one. Closed hat, let's take this one, sounds good. And for the off perk, let's take some room. Now, before we play this, house drums love swing. What swing does is basically it takes all the notes that are neither on beat or off beat and delays them slightly over by a couple of milliseconds, creating so-called swing. You can enable it here by turning up this knob. We can go with something like 40%. Sounds pretty nice. Let's also add another snare, which is a pretty common tactic to give more punch to your drums, exactly by layering different sounds together, especially claps. You never layer kicks. Sometimes you just can layer claps or open hats or percussion elements just to add more depth. Same thing you can do with the hat. So let's layer it with another one that ideally sounds a little bit different. So if we layer it with a hat that's brighter, like this one, we'll get an interesting result definitely. You can also pan them a little bit to the left and right. So both layers are not in the same place in your headphones, basically. Definitely adds a little bit of excitement, right? This is what we started with, and those were pretty good sounds already. And now this is what we've got by just exchanging with pretty much random samples from the pack. Now you can start improvising with your other instruments. Let's add something very simple like this, just for fun. Basses love offbeat as well, especially in house drums. So you can just make a simple variation like this. Let's mark it and hit Ctrl and B. It will duplicate it just like this. As you remember from the hat rolls, we had this velocity. The same thing you'll also find inside the piano roll over here in the control section. You can also find different parameters like pan, right? So if the note is playing on the left or right ear. And to be honest, I only use note pan or note velocity, never anything else. So with the velocity, we could maybe mark all of those notes that we want to change the velocity for, and holding Alt and scroll down, take them down. Okay, having fun with this, I leave to you. The question you're definitely burning to ask is, how do I know what kind of sound to use? And you know already how important that is. Other than getting a high quality sample pack like this one, there's no shortcut to learning how to distinguish what sound is good or bad. The more you practice and compare your music to professional productions, the better you'll become at choosing the right sounds. So there's no shortcut for that other than using a great pack right from the start. Different music styles require different sounds. So keep trying a different sample until it sounds right. And it's much better to have a few great sounds than lots of okay ones. Some producers even reuse the same drum samples throughout their albums constantly. And it's not a bad practice. You should and definitely will build your unique style, and drums are okay to reuse throughout your tracks. Now let's get into a little bit of arrangement. We can already arrange an instrumental as simple as we've got so far. Now let's zoom using Alt and scroll up and Control scroll up. This will be how you'll be looking at all of the patterns in arrangement view. So as you can see, we can, for example, choose one pattern to play at the beginning like this. Right? And then just repeat the pattern. But the problem is that we've cramped everything, all the instruments inside basically two patterns, okay? So to have an easy time making a cool arrangement, the best it would be if we had every element, so every instrument or drum hit, in a separate pattern. Yes, it can get a little bit messier than what we've got so far, but let's deal with it. So the best way is just to go to pattern settings and split by channel. As you can see, it will put up all the elements separately. And what we can also do, since those two patterns, they kind of work as one, what we can do is group them. So we can just mark them and hit surprise, Control and G, okay? We still have the previous ones, as you can see. It just added this new pattern, which basically has both of our patterns of drums. And now we can also go and split it by channel. So now we'll have something like this. So let's tidy it up because it puts all the patterns on top of each other. So now we have kick drum, snare, our rim element, and hats. So to make it pretty, if you want, you can always just rename the tracks or rename just the patterns, right? This is for everyone that just loves beautiful projects. So you can just go right click on the track and rename. So we could call this track kick drum. And now we can choose also a color for it. Accept. If you want, we can also auto name the clips that are inside of this track. So instead of Mix Elite Supreme Kick 1, we'll have just kick. So if we right click and auto name clips, it will pop up like this. I'll do all of them. So we have green instruments, red drums. Now we'll mark everything and hit Control and B for duplicate. Should be duplicate, right? You can make it however long you want. I think around 2 minutes will be perfect. And now we'll take the mute tool and mute everything we have, okay? We'll do so-called additive arrangement, where we just add stuff in. We keep the mute tool on, and here is a simple rough overview of how we can start. For the first 4 bars, we have an introduction because we want our arrangement to work as if we were taking someone by hand, experiencing our song. We don't want to slap everything right away and go for it. We'd like to introduce the mood first and then go slowly. So what we can do to help ourselves is to add some markers. So we know, oh, this is intro, and then we'll have something else. We can add a marker. You can do that by going to playlist options and going to time markers and add one. For 16 first bars, we'll have an intro, and then after 16 bars, we'll have a hook. we have a full in-depth course just about arrangements because it's a very exciting topic. For now, please just follow along. So after another 16 bars, we'll have a verse, let's say. We call it verse or breakdown. Since we are kind of like making a vocal-ish song, we'll name it verse. And now we'll add another hook. Now, it doesn't really matter. You could call this verse and this hook and this verse. We just want to differentiate between what will be changing over here. And now here, since we're just finishing, we'll have an outro, okay? If you'd like to make your track longer, then you would basically, for example, take the outro over here, and here would have verse 2, right? But we'll just make it a little bit shorter because 2 minutes for a track like this, I think it's enough. And now for the introduction, I like to introduce with just the meat of our track. So our piano, right? Plug is kind of like a lead element and bass just fills out everything else. For the whole intro, we'll have the piano, of course. And then usually after 4 or 8 bars, we introduce some change. So in the 8th bar, I would introduce plug, and in the 13th bar, I would introduce bass. So we have like it's slowly going up, okay? And then for the hook, we definitely want to go all in with all the drums and all in, of course, with all the elements. Let's play to check what we've got so far. We can also make the track a little bit faster by going to 140 because trap is usually around 140 and not 130. Okay, so together with the bass, we could introduce, for example, a hat or rim. It doesn't matter. We just like to, instead of going, straight all in into the hook, we would introduce one element before, maybe even a kick or even a snare. It doesn't matter. Whatever sounds better to you, but we just want to tease people with the drums. Okay? Maybe hat. Then for the verse, let's leave the piano definitely, and maybe all the instruments. Okay, now after those 8 bars, we again need some change. We could also make the change after the first 4 bars, but let's make it after 8 bars. So we'll introduce hat again, and again on the hook we'll have full-blown instrumental, again like this, okay? We can make it with rim. Also, if you want, inside the verse, you can keep one other element that is not in the second half of the verse. That will introduce some contrast. Would work. I think I'll just keep it like it was before. And then for the outro, let's maybe just leave only the plug and the bass because we want to ease everything out, right? We don't want to abruptly stop with everything like this. Could sound perfectly fine. So when it comes to arranging trap beat like this one we have here, it's a tricky thing because it's vocal focused, right? So it will be up to the person who will be singing or rapping over this beat to decide how long they want it to be. So this is a rough arrangement for purpose, so then we can get some vocals on top of this instrumental and decide for the final arrangement. If you're like, hey, Max, I don't want to be figuring out the proper arrangement on my own. I want to have like a proven framework for creating best arrangements. And if you want to hack your way into making arrangements like this, or not even arranging, but producing overall, the trick is to use a reference track. Having a reference track is one of the most powerful strategies to level up quickly. A reference track can be any track that you like a lot that's in the same style as the track you're making. So let's say I have a track that I really like and I will drop it directly from the Explorer. Then let's create a new arrangement so we don't screw up this one. This is also a handy trick. I don't really use it that often, but we can definitely work with this. So let's mute everything, okay? And just using Shift and scroll up, put our track at the very top. First, we need to make sure that this track is in the same BPM as our track. If you've taken a popular track, you can just Google what's the BPM of XYZ, or you can also tap the tempo. So let's play the track and open the tempo tapper, and we'll just tap to the tempo of the sample. So let's play the song. This is the tempo of our track, so we can just close this. You can see that the tempo also changed over here. And let's play the track to check if it's right, together with the metronome. You can see that all of those hits line up. So we are good to go. Now what we'll do is first delete all of those markers that we've previously made, because now we'll be adding new markers wherever anything changes in the track. So as you can see, even by the waveform, here we'll have an intro. Let's say just pluck. Okay, we'll describe it like that. There was some bass as well, but let's just go on. Now here we have same, just more hats, right? I could also write some percussion. Now here we have hook, definitely. All drums, bass, and all instruments. You can see we have a change over here as well. A slight change in instruments, but everything stays the same. Just pluck, and then at the end we have all again. Okay, this track is actually a loop I've made previously. It's not perfectly arranged. I just took it so you can check that this is how it can be done. Then you can just remove the song, speed it up to whatever it was before over here, and then just follow your notes. So intro, we had just pluck, so we can just enable the pluck. With hats. Right, and this is how you could just go by following your notes. If you go with the technique we started with, which is additive arrangement, right? We copied everything, muted it, and then started to add in real time as we hear what we think should come. You will definitely get pretty cool results, and this will also be unique to you, and you will not be influenced by any other tracks and maybe define your unique style. The last thing when it comes to arrangement is using some effects like transitions and sweep downs and sweep ups. So cool thing about the playlist is those kind of effects, samples, or symbols we can drag directly into our playlist. So let's choose one and drag it over. We can place it wherever our hook starts, right? So we have something like this right now. Sounds pretty awful because it's way too loud. To change that, you remember in channel rack, we had this knob to change the volume, but now you can see everything disappeared from the channel rack. That's because we've added audio into the playlist. To open what we had previously, for example, in hats, you would need to go and change the view from audio to all, for example, and you'll see all of the instruments you've added. Yes, you could change the volume in the channel rack because channel rack contains all the files that you've brought to your project. Always anything you put in, whether it's through the browser directly to the playlist or an instrument or a sample directly into channel rack, it always shows it if you put it on all. So yes, we can change the volume of this crash here, but you can also just double click on the waveform and it will show you this sampler. It has a couple of options, but the most important for now that we are interested in is the volume. You can just take it down. Right, now let's take some effects. We can place it at the beginning of the track. And also make it way quieter. We can also use another one, make it quieter. You could also use those handles over here that allow you to fade in the sample. So we can place it a little bit earlier so it nicely fades in like a filter. As you can see, I'm all the time using Control and Alt. I'm keeping my hands on Control and Alt and my scroll wheel at all times so I can quickly zoom in and zoom out. And whenever I want to change where the song plays from, I'm just changing it on the timeline. So for today's homework, I want you to create at least one pattern in trap or ADM style, just as we created today, that fits into the loop you've created on day 2. Then play around with different samples from today's pack to see which one fits best. You need to trust your guts here. Then put all of them into the playlist, split the patterns by channel, please color code, it will be much less overwhelming, and then create a very simple structure using the additive arrangement trick I showed you today, where every 8 or 16 bars you add different elements. Today we're going to take quite a leap and learn how to make whatever you create sound professional. We're getting into the 4th step of the music producer workflow, which is mixing. Mixing is an in-depth process that takes years to master. But today I have a step-by-step framework that you can follow every time you want to make your track sound better. I'm sure that if you keep watching through and apply what you learn in this 7-day course and hopefully join the Mix Elite Academy where you can get me and my team to personally take you by hand, you're going to get insanely good in no time. So the better your production is, the less work we'll need to be doing while mixing to make it sound good. The more elements you use in your song, the more moving parts, so the more sound problems there will be to fix. And the less elements, naturally there will be less problems. But there's a limit, right? If you remember from day 2, we want our elements to be occupying the full frequency spectrum. So we want to have a good balance between elements in our track. So not too little elements, to not make our song feel empty, but at the same time, we don't want to overproduce, which is a common mistake beginners producers do, feeling that they need to add more and more elements and cramping up their mix and just basically making a big mess. There are 4 sacred principles of mixing that I like to call the Holy Quad mixing formula. I want you to remember it and always follow it when you're mixing and trying to make your music sound better. In the first place of any mix is volume. So setting the volume of every element right. That can be by moving the knobs you see in the channel rack or the faders in the mixer track or anywhere else where you can control the volume. Second is equalization. Every sound, as you know, takes up space in the frequency spectrum. Some sounds are low, like bass, some are high, like cymbals. We use a tool tool called EQ that allows us to remove or boost specific frequencies that we want to make the mix cleaner and make sure that each sound has its own spot in the frequency spectrum. Third principle is dynamics. Every element, especially like drums, move between loud and soft moments. We use a tool called compressor to compress these dynamics and smooth them out so it feels consistent and controlled. And fourth principle is space. Some sounds feel close and some feel far away. We use reverb to add depth and panning to place sounds left or right or center, creating a spacey stereo image of your track. Since yesterday we've made a trap instrumental, today we'll try to mix an EDM song. I tried to keep it very simple, but the process still applies to any other style you produce. Let's first just take a look at this project so you know what's going on in here. You can see the kick, clap, hats, shakers, and fills. Those are our drums. This is similar to what we've done yesterday. We color coded all over our drums. However, instead of putting all the drums into patterns as we done yesterday, I've put them directly into the playlist. This is completely up to you and up to your preference. Whenever I have more complicated drums, like in trap music or R&B, I like to build my drums inside patterns. If I have less complicated drums that just loop on repeat and repeat, I like to put them directly into the playlist, just as yesterday we've put the effects and crashes. But it doesn't have to be like this. For example, this clap I left in a pattern, just so you can see that both ways are possible. And also I've added a shaker loop, which is a common practice to add more depth into your drums. As you remember, yesterday we've created a simple EDM house drum loop and added some percussion, but on top of that, you can always layer it with more percussion elements, like this shaker. I'll hit Control on my keyboard and left click the track to solo it so you can hear. Inside yesterday's pack, if you explored it, you'll find the loops section, which can level up your drum loops a little bit further. Then we have a simple bass pattern, exactly just as we've done on the second day. As you can see, we have the pattern with the bass. Let me solo it so you can hear it. Then we have plucky arp. Following a simple chord pattern, very, very similar to what we've done on the first day. Then we have a Reese bass, which is exactly the same type of sound that we use on the second day. Very similar. And then we have a couple effects elements that we've already touched upon on yesterday. So for example, this brass and crash. And then I just made a very, very simple arrangement using the technique from yesterday. So I just copied everything and then deleted whatever feels right and then added just those crashes and those additional elements, because as you can see, everything is completely the same in this part of the track, as you can see, and this part, every element is playing at once. Right? So very, very simple track. It will sound very, very bad because it's completely plain. I have not changed anything to make it similar to how it would sound for you as you produce without any mixing. And let's take a look at this moment here when everything is playing at once. So a very simple track. We have basically all the elements that we've already uncovered. And again, whatever style you produce, please follow along. The process is always exactly the same. So first we start with volume. I will just focus on this part of the track for now, so we can have all elements playing at once. And we need to balance the volumes first. I always start with attenuating sounds that feel way too loud. The most important parts are always your drums and your main sound or like main lead, whatever makes your track, right? So it could be melody, it could be a vocal. We want to make those elements most important. That's why we'll make them the loudest. We definitely want our kick to play the main role first, and then for us, the bass plays the melodic role here. We want to make those two elements stand out. We don't have to necessarily boost them right away. What you can do is just attenuate or lower the volume of the other stuff. And that's what I will always start with, is by attenuating unnecessary elements that are too loud. So for sure the strings here, they're way too loud. So let's double click and bring the volume down. They are just a background element, similar to this brass. If you click on the waveform, it will play for you. So we can just lower the volume here. And also this crash is definitely way too loud. Stuff like this we don't really want to keep in front of the listener, so not too loud. I see that this effect also, it's a little bit too loud. Now I think the kick needs to be brought up a little bit because it dies out under everything and we want it to be in the front. So let's boost it a little bit. And now this is getting harder and harder because it starts to sound better and better. That's why you sometimes need to just close your eyes and listen to what bothers you in this track the most. I think the hat now is a little bit too loud, so let's take it down. Now we can definitely bring up the bass a little bit. As you can see, we have 3 layers of bass. Let's listen to how they sound, similar to how we layered claps yesterday. We can bring all of those together a little bit. Okay, now we have those effects that take too much volume in our mix. If you have troubles deciding which instrument to attenuate next, you can just mute those elements one by one and check how it sounds, if it sounds better or worse, and if the track is getting completely empty, we still need it, but a little bit less, or was it even not necessary to add this element, right? If it sounds better without the element, you can definitely just remove it. There's nothing wrong in adding elements and just deciding after 2 hours of production that, oh, you don't actually need this, right? Remember about this. Because the moment you add an element, you get used to it, you'll start to like have feelings to this instrument. So you will not want to say goodbye, but yeah, sometimes we need to say goodbye, right? I would take it down slightly. Maybe bring up the clap, or this one, or both. Always play around with the volume knob and just see if it sounds better or worse. Right, I feel like we've done a pretty good job in setting up the volumes. Let's now get into equalization. And this is where the fun actually starts, because we'll be connecting everything to our mixer. If you open your channel rack, you will see we have not connected anything yet. That's why what we can do is just double click on the selector and hit Ctrl+L, or go to channel options and assign selected to 3 mixer tracks. As you can see, we now have a number next to every single channel. If we go and open the mixer, you will see that now, before, it looked like this. All the channels were gray. Now we even have all of them color coded. That's why I recommended you yesterday to color code everything, because it can get messy if you don't do it. And it's much more fun to produce if you don't create a huge mess in your project. Here on the top, you can change the view of the mixer track. I will change it to large so we can easily distinguish all of those mixer tracks and can easily see those. And you can also change the order of them if you hold Shift and scroll. Exactly the same process as you can do in your arrangement or channel rack. You can see every element signal going through, and then it is routed to the master. You can see this line over going down and going to the master. Let's focus on just one of them. Depending on which look you choose, if you choose white, you will see all of those little buttons. And if you choose, for example, extra large, it might get hidden. So just extend it. You should see all of those. So on the very top, we have the name and the number. The number never changes. So you can always know which track it is. But of course, the signal changes here, right? If we change it, you can see the number changes in the channel rack. On the very top, we have panning. So whether we play the instrument through left ear or right ear. The same knob is here, but those are not connected. So if you change it to the left, it doesn't change here. This is basically changing the panning on the channel level instead of the mixer level. Then you have the volume fader. It is also independent from the channel level volume. As you can see, it doesn't change the channel volume. That's why you can change volume here or change the volume here. I personally prefer doing it on the channel level, but I know people that prefer doing it on the mixer level. So this is up to you. The reason why I do it like this is because when producing, I immediately change the volume of the instrument, because I already have in my head the volume I would like this specific element to be at. So I don't have to go and link the instrument to a new mixer track and then take it down. It's just a quicker workflow that way. We'll also use those faders to do fine tuning of the volume later. Next, you'll see the track latency button. You will never use this button unless you want to do some pre-delaying your instrument to play a little bit earlier without changing it in the patterns, or if you're, for example, making hip hop and want to like delay your hat a little bit so it feels like dragging to make kind of a swing effect, right? But you never use this button. Actually, you might see that it's highlighted for both main, bass and ARPs. That's because we are using a VST plugin for those two instruments, and for all of the rest, we are using samples. And FL Studio just needs to compensate, so it just lets you know that, hey, we have 0.02 milliseconds of compensation here. Nothing to worry about. Then we have ARM disk recording, which allows you to, if you click ARM, and then choosing your input to record audio directly into FL Studio. We'll take care of that tomorrow when we'll be covering recording and mixing vocals. Then we have reverse polarity button that will not be any useful for you, especially if you're starting out. It simply reverses the polarity of the waveform. It could be useful in moments where some of your waves of your sound are canceling each other out. We'll not get into this in this course, and it will not be any useful for you anytime in the near future, so don't worry about this. And then we have swipe left and right channel, which will make basically everything that was on the left ear play on the right ear. So if we put it on all the way to the left and click the swap left and right channels, it will play on the right ear. I've never used this button. And then almost at the end, we have stereo separation, which is very important, especially in the last step of mixing, when we'll be shaping the stereo image. When we put it all the way to the left, it separates the channels. So whatever is on the left ear makes it even more on the left ear, and what's on the right, even more on the right. Kind of makes it sound a little bit wider. We rather use this feature to maybe merge the sound. That means whatever was on the left and right ear, we merge a little bit so it sounds more as it was mono. You can hear the difference. Stereo is when we have left and right signals. For example, your left and right speaker play slightly different signal. So it makes the sound stereo, right? So we have a little bit of the difference. When something is mono, still we have both speakers playing, but they play the exact same waveform. That's why it feels like it's coming more from the front, right? If you have speakers and play something mono, it feels like it's coming right in front of you. And if we unmerge it, it becomes more surrounding. And then we have the arrow that tells us where the channel is connected to. That means it's sending the signal to the master mixer track, meaning that whatever plays here also plays on the master track, which is obvious. If we unconnected it from the master track, we won't hear anything because our headphones are connected to the master track, right? Like we always hear whatever is on the master track. But we missed a very important space. You can see this is the preview of our effect slots that we have here. As you can see, we have 10 effect slots, each with a mute button, similar to those in the arrangement view and in the channel rack. And if you right click a slot, it will show you all the effects that you have installed on your computer. You can also left click and it will show you all the plugins in the list form. We won't be using all of the slots. We usually just be using a couple of them, and only if the element needs some fixing. So if you come back to our holy quad mixing formula, the first step was volume, which we have already taken care of. Then the step 2 is equalization. So in the first slot, we would apply an equalizer. Then the third step was about dynamics and compression. So in the second slot, we would apply a compressor. And the fourth step was about space. So in the slot number 3, we would apply reverb, for example, if you remember from the beginning. But all that only if the sound requires it. So we never want to apply effects just for the sake of it. We always have intention behind it. Unless you want to experiment, of course, this is also a part of the creative process. Again, if your production is well done, and of course also depending on the quality of your instruments you chose, it might happen that you don't have to apply any effects at all if you've adjusted the volume right. If you remember the labs instruments we used, they sounded pretty nice already. If we chose a really raw recording of a piano, we would need to apply some effects to make it sound better, make it sound nicer. We would use more of those slots, apply more effects. That's why starting with great quality sounds is so important. Then at the end of the slots, we have a simple equalizer built in. We can control it by dragging our mouse. So if you'd like to quickly apply some EQing, you can do it right here. But I personally never actually use this equalizer over here. I prefer to have a little bit more control by using an equalizer inside of the effects slot. Important thing before we start EQing, since it's our second step in our formula, is the signal flow. So we start with whatever is in our channel. So your instrument and the knobs over here, the panning and volume. Then the signal goes all the way to our mixer track, starting with effect slots. So whatever we apply first in the effect slot, we go from top to bottom. So if we apply EQ, then we apply compressor, the sound will first get equalized and only then compressed. So we go from top to bottom. This is the signal flow. Then the signal hits the equalizer that is built in into FL. Again, I don't really use it. And only after the sound travels through all of those effect slots, we start to go through the effects that we have directly on our mixer. So the fader, right? And the stereo merge knob all the way to the master track and our headphones. So we've got our volumes right. Now let's start the EQing process. I like to start with elements that are low end focused, meaning that they are mostly present in the low frequencies. In that case, this will be our bass. So you can right click and write EQ, and you will see the parametric EQ2. This is the one we'll be using when it comes to EQing. Now we are going to focus only on this. Here you can nicely see that we have sub, bass, low mid, mids, high mids presence, which is just basically a part of high mids, and then trebles. This is the whole spectrum of human hearing. So all music lies in these frequencies. So sub frequencies you mostly feel rather than hear. And they are, as you can see, from 20 or 30 to 80 Hertz. If you hover your mouse and check the hint panel, it will show you the exact Hertz amount. Let's solo the bass. So I control and left click on the bass. I also like to enable the heat map. So we can go to the options and heat map enable. You can clearly see where the instrument is mostly present, and you can see that this area over here is very, very highlighted. There are many different equalizing tools. This one has 7 so-called bands, and you can hold and drag to boost or attenuate the specific frequencies. And scroll up or down to make this so-called bell EQ, because it, I don't know, looks like a bell. Make it narrower or wider. The more narrow you make it, the more, as we call it, surgical you would go. Surgical because you're just more precise with the specific frequencies you're boosting. In today's downloads, you will find an amazing infographic with tips specific to each frequency band and how to EQ your instruments accordingly. Not every instrument needs to be EQ'd, but mainly what we do with EQ is find problems, okay? So if there's some problematic frequencies that are harsh or that we basically don't want, we can eliminate those. Every element in your track will be occupying some of those frequencies. And we usually want to clean up one element from unnecessary frequencies like this so that we create space for the other elements. Or second way we can use the EQ is to sculpt the sound in a way you want it to sound. For example, the sub frequencies you feel, and you definitely want a lot of them in your bass, because in this case we have our sub bass and bass playing together. You can also see that our bass has some of the trebles and mids, right? You can hear it playing in the whole frequency spectrum. Also, heatmap shows it to you. If we take down the 7th band, you can see that we create some kind of shelf, right? So we attenuate all the sounds that come after the band. Band number 1 does the exact same thing, but from the left. And all of the bands in the middle just our normal bell type. And you can see it by looking at these logos here. You can hold your mouse over them and change how it behaves. For example, we can make it work as a low pass. So we completely remove all the frequencies after the band. You can see that. Now we are leaving basically only the sub frequencies. If we come back to shelf, you can see that we still hear a little bit of these frequencies anyway. So if you'd like to completely remove them, you would choose something like high cut, because we are cutting the highs. Or it's also called low pass, because we would let the lows pass. If you'd like to sculpt it, for example, you don't like the presence area of your main bass, you can attenuate it like this. I would like maybe a little bit more trebles in this sound, so we can bring it up. Now, the problems will start to appear when we play it together with different sounds in your track. For example, in this case, we have a couple of layers of the bass. So let's take a listen to another layer. Let's apply EQ also on it. You can also see that we have a ton of sub frequencies in this sound. Two together. The problem that we have here is that we never want to layer the sub frequencies. Your low range of your frequency spectrum in your song is very vulnerable for all kinds of issues. We want to have an instrument playing there, but we want to keep it minimal because again, this area is very, very sensitive. So what we need to do is choose which one of those basses we want to play the sub frequency range. Only one of them can play it at the same time. That's why I would just take an EQ and change the first band instead of low shelf like this into low cut. So this is a low cut because we are cutting the lows, or some also like to call it high pass. So we let pass the high frequencies. And you can see that we start to slowly roll off the frequencies. Now, we just want to make sure that no other instrument plays sub, not necessarily bass. But you can see that we roll off the frequencies pretty slow, right? So we start from low mids and cut it quite slowly, right? So we would like to ideally cut it quicker. This is what we have the steepness level for. This is this dot over here. We can take it up or down. There are different shapes of the steepness. We can put it to steep number 4. You can also change it by right-clicking on the band and changing the type from high pass, low pass, and order as well, right? So we have steep 4. And now we can basically roll off the frequencies like this. Don't go into very, very steep modes like that, because the steeper you go, the more artifacts and less natural your signal will sound. So we just want to slowly maybe start to roll off. So when we start the sub frequencies, there's no sub frequencies playing. Much better. We have now, you can hear a lot of bass, but no sub. So together they now sound like that. If you'd like, for example, this layer to have a little bit more mids, you can boost them just a little bit. I would never suggest boosting anything over about 6 dB, since it's much better and you'll end up with a cleaner mix if you instead attenuate and remove what's wrong instead of trying to boost what's good. Okay? So sure, you can boost, but don't overdo it unless it's for creative purposes. And now let's go to the bass number 3. Let's apply an EQ as well. You can see again, we have a ton of sub. We don't want it in any other instrument rather than one of them. So we'll do the same process. I change it to low cut by choosing it from here and to a little bit steeper mode. Now let's play all of those together. Mixing is all about those tiny differences, and if you get your low end right, you'll have a great foundation for the rest of your mix. So when you are in the EQing stage of the mixing, you start with the low end since it's the most sensitive, then you go into mid frequencies and trebles. So now what we've got next is our ARPs. Seems like there are some unnecessary low frequencies there. Just to be safe, we can also just roughly remove them, even though the meat of our ARP, so the area that they focus on, is somewhere here, right? You can still see that some of the sub is coming through, so we clean it. You can see that the ARP is getting into our low mid range, and since we want to keep it minimal, you'll see that in the infographic you get in today's downloads. That's why we maybe could make it a little bit steeper. Keep your eye on this range. Then we have brass, which plays in the beginning. This is more kind of like a impact effect, but it still might have some sub bass. So in this case, we don't have it that much. You could clean it maybe even with just this built-in EQ inside of FL if you want, just be sure. So in that case, we would be just left with sculpting the sound as we want. But this sample itself is already processed in a way that I like, so we'll not be sculpting it in a way. Then we have the strings. Let's see. What I think is harsh is this area in the trebles. When you're making changes like this, when you have your instruments soloed, there is a new problem. People will never be listening to your elements soloed, right? They will always be listening to the full mix. So sometimes, even though these strings feel harsh, you would, for example, like to attenuate some of the trebles in the mix. It might sound actually really good. So make sure to always check if the changes you do, especially with EQ, fit the overall mix. I think we just need to attenuate the overall volume of the strings and not necessarily touch any of the EQ, because this sound pretty nicely fills out the background. Then we have the Reese. This guy definitely has a ton of sub that we also want to cut. So I change it to high pass and remove slightly some of the bass. So I'm used to just setting it to steep and then changing, so we can go gentle, more gentle like that. Because this also fills out a ton of stereo space in our mix. And before, if we leave it like that, it will definitely be overwhelming the whole mix, especially when playing with all of those bass shots we have here, right? Then we are left with the plug. Again, I don't think we have to do anything here. If you really want, you can also make sure it doesn't have any sub. Let's see how all of this sounds together so far. Perfect. Now we have our drums. Let's check what we can do with the EQ in our kick. You can see that definitely we have sub. We never want to remove any sub from the kick drum, because in a couple of moments when we get into the dynamics, we'll apply a different technique that will take care of that problem. So with the kick drum, I first, of course, want to choose a great sample, right? And then sculpt it. So sculpt the tonal balance or the frequency spectrum to make it play nicer with my track. So for example, if you'd like to have more presence in your kick, you would increase the high mids and the presence area. Or the trebles. If you like a little bit more punch, you could try out increasing a little bit of the bass, depending on, of course, what sample you chose. Kick has its punch in this bass to low mid area. So if your kick sample has a ton of punch, if you boost this range, you can overwhelm your mix and just make it so-called muddy. A muddy mix is just when you feel like everything is fighting with each other and there's no clarity in your mix. This kick, if we enable the heat map, this kick already has pretty minimal amount of this low mids, but if you feel like your kick is muddy, especially if you're listening on speakers, you just can attenuate this range here. Never ever increase the low shelf like this, even though it might sound cool. We rarely use this low shelf to boost the sub range like this. We usually just use a slight bell to increase area over here. And if you feel like your kick really lacks the sub bass, sure, you can also boost it a little bit, but never go over the top like that. It's much better to choose a different sample if you feel like you really need to boost this area in the sub range. Also, while we are on it, sometimes people boost the kick too much and then their whole track is ruined just because they had applied a limiter on their master. FL Studio does that by default, so when you're mixing, make sure that your master track is completely empty, especially without any limiter at the end. So for the kick drum, we want to just sculpt the frequencies to make it fit better in our track. Now we get into the claps. We have 3 layers of claps. One that's very, very short and creates this transient to make the claps cut for the mix. Then we have layer 2. We can apply EQ and check that it has a little bit of this punch. Overall, snares and claps have their punch in the low mid, so this layer has this kind of, punch, so it just has body, right? The clap has body. And then we have the 3rd layer, which is, if we check, more focused also on high mids and trebles. The reason why I chose 3 layers here is that one creates this transient, right? Second one is a little bit pre-delayed, as you can see, it's off grid and plays a bit before the other claps. That creates an interesting layer to the clap. Without. So it has some body and also it's pre-delayed. And the 3rd layer is just an extra one to make it fit better in the mix. You don't have to layer your claps or snares, but try it out. It can definitely make your drums more interesting and have more depth. So the drums together for now doesn't sound perfect, but in the mix it does a good job. Then we have the shakers loop. It's already a pre-made loop, so I don't think there's anything to sculpt here. It's pretty good sounding already. Then we have hats. Again, there's no need to EQ everything, but if you feel like, for example, your hats have some harsh frequencies that hurt your ear, you can take a bell band like that, and by boosting it a little bit and dragging it left and right, you can find the harsh frequency that you can later just attenuate, right? So let's try. You can see that there's a small peak that we can maybe take down a little bit. I like to just use this fader so I'm sure I'm in the same space. Let's take a listen before and after. And after. Right? We got rid of this weird harsh peak, which might sound better or worse in the mix. This is what we always need to check, right? I think we can just lower it a little bit, but it doesn't make a ton of difference in the whole mix. Then the fill is just a little sample here, so you don't need to really do anything. And for the effects, I usually don't apply any EQing on those, unless the crash effects have some unnecessary sub, which we can check. I don't see or hear any, so we can just leave it as is. Okay, now as we fixed issues within EQ and sculpted some of the sounds to make them sound a little bit more fitting the whole mix, we got into dynamics. And dynamics will not be a big issue, especially if you've got your volume nailed. And your volume will change as you also EQ the sounds, right? So mixing is ever evolving process. So when you change EQ of a couple of sounds, they start to get, for example, a bit quieter. So their volume perhaps need to be boosted a little bit, or you fix some issues and now you hear that, for example, different elements are too loud. That's why keep your eye on the volumes at all times, because the volumes are the biggest factors in how your mix sounds. For example, now I hear that after we fixed the issues with overlapping sub and bass frequencies in the bass shots that our arps and plucks are way too loud. Let's listen together. So you see, mixing is about managing focus. That means whatever is the loudest, most in the front, is in the focus. And we cannot have everything in the focus, right? Volume is what drives the focus, what makes an element be in focus. And since dynamics also control the volume, because we'll be compressing the sound, so the loudest parts are not that loud as they are, we'll also be managing this focus, right? So compression is the next part after EQ, and compression takes the longest to learn and the longest to learn how to hear whether the sound should be compressed or not. How you can approach this is first find elements in your mix that have a very high dynamic range, meaning that they kind of attack you. They have huge spike in volume. So you need to tune your ears into like hearing volume, which is not that easy actually. For many music producers, it's much easier to hear specific frequencies rather than volume, because even our ears have built-in compression where they contract the muscles inside your ears to not damage your hearing. Also, speaking of hearing, please, when you're producing, keep in mind the loudness and keep it a little bit lower than what you'd like it to, because you can easily damage your hearing, especially when listening to long periods of time. So now in the dynamics stage of mixing, we are tuning our ears to hear those spikes in volumes. We definitely have our main bass layers that spike in volume a lot and a kick drum. So we would need to apply compression on the bass, but since we have 3 layers on bass, we would need to apply a compressor on each of them. To avoid doing that, we need to create a group. So we need to somehow group 3 of those layers so they behave as one, so we can just process all of them at once. To do that, we need to first find an empty mixer track, and you have a ton of them. Then, to make it easy, you can hold shift and scroll up to bring it closer to your bass. Then we mark all of those 3 guys or all of your layers or instruments that you want to process together by holding left click on your mouse and control and dragging your mouse on top of them. And then holding still control, very important, click on the arrow on the insert. So we click it and this will create so-called group or bus, as some like to call it. So we have now all of those 3 basses going into insert number 4, and only then the insert number 4 goes back to the master track. So if we hold down Alt and left click on this insert, you can see that it will solo all of those layers. And you can see that there's no cable going to the master. So if you solo just this channel, there's no signal coming through. So now let's maybe rename this as bass group and make it slightly darker. And now we can compress them all together. If you just had one element that you want to compress at one time, you don't have to make any groups, of course, but we'll go and choose the bass group and in the slot, try to find a compressor, right? Because we're looking for a compressor. Now, the problem with this compressor we have here is that we don't have any visual feedback to what's happening. And since compression is so hard to hear, right? We would like something different. So let's remove this plugin. We can just click on the arrow down and click delete, and we'll open up limiter. Limiter will show us some visual feedback. We just need to change it from limiter mode to compressor mode. And you'll understand what's the limiter mode in a second. There are 2 main knobs in a compressor that you need to understand: threshold and ratio. Only those 2 knobs will matter for now and for many, many weeks to come. You don't have to worry about any other knob in this program, so don't look at anything else, okay? So now you can see the waveform over here, and compressor works exactly like a volume fader, but with a volume fader, we would take down everything, right? We would just lower the volume of everything we have here. But compressor is like a magic volume control that automatically works for you, making the loud sounds quieter and maybe even the quiet sounds louder. So everything sounds more squashed together, right? So the threshold is the volume level. So we define the volume level where compressor says, okay, this is too loud, time to step in. Imagine you are watching TV, and if the sounds get louder than this threshold, your mom steps in and says, turn that down. And the ratio is your mom telling you how much to take it down, or your roommate. So when we set the ratio to 2 to 1, if our sound, for example, exceeds the threshold by 2 decibels, we will only let 1 decibel through. If our peak is about 0 decibels, that you can see all here, and our threshold is at around -12, we will only let 6 decibels through, making it much quieter. Let's see the difference. As you can see, the purple mark is what it was before, and the white one is basically after. You can see that there's no purple here, so we have not touched anything other than whatever is over the threshold. So if we set the threshold to 20 to 1, for every 20 decibels, we'll let only 1 through. That means we pretty much don't let anything through. And it doesn't allow us to go further, but if we could, then it would be called limiting. So nothing can go through above the threshold. This is limiting. So if I turn down the ratio to 0, you can see that there's no compression applied, no purple marks. And if we go back to limiter and take the threshold down, in this case, it's also called ceiling for some reason. We have limiter ceiling, but it just works like a threshold. You can see if we set it to here, we don't let any sound through. You can see the limiter threshold is over here and there's not a single peak of white waveform coming through. We rarely use limiting because it's very harsh and it can make your instrument sound very unnatural. Usually already 2 to 1 ratio is pretty good amount of compression. So if you're starting to play with compression, I would suggest to set your ratio to anywhere between 2 and 4 and just playing with the threshold to see how the sound behaves. And then you can see that we apply more compressor overall. So we make the sound a little bit less plucky, right? Now I mentioned that we can also make the quieter sounds louder, which we can do with the gain knob. This is the makeup gain that works after whatever we do here. Even though it's before, it works after. So with makeup gain, we can bring up the overall loudness of our element to whatever it was previously. So that will create this squashed dynamic range effect. So for example, if we attenuated the sound on average by about -3 decibels, we can take the gain up and put it to 3 decibels. And this will make the level, meaning that the waveform will not exceed whatever it was previously, but we have more squashed sound. So let's compare it before and after. Let me exaggerate the effect by turning up the ratio and turning down the threshold and turning up the gain. You can see that the tails of the sounds became very, very audible. Now this is definitely too much. So let's go back to what we had previously by hitting Ctrl and Z. And now let's hear it in the mix. Okay, we are getting there. Now let's get into the ARPs. Stuff like ARPs, you can hear it's pretty stable. If we were to apply a limiter on it, so we can check how the waveform looks, you can see that we could maybe apply a little bit of limiting. Because it's very uncontrolled. You see, some of the peaks are coming through, some of them don't. So it can disorientate the listener because sometimes this arp here becomes very loud, sometimes it's, quiet. That's why I like to always keep it in control. It doesn't make a huge difference, but stuff like this make up for a greater track at the end. Then for impact effects, like burst in this case, it is already pretty compressed by itself. As you can see, the tail is very long. There's nothing for us to really compress. If we were to compress it even further, we would really squash it unnecessarily. Let's just try it for fun. I can start by turning down the threshold, increasing the ratio to anywhere, again, between 2 and 4, and playing with the threshold further. And then to make up for the difference in loudness, we can boost the gain by, as you can see, about 4 dB. Maybe let's put the compressor to 1.5 to 1. So we make a very, very slight compression on the very, very highest peak of this brass hit. As you can see, we are only controlling this part, not doing anything with the rest. Then for the strings, technically you can see some waveform peaks, but this is an ambient background sustained element. There's nothing to compress here. The Reese bass also sounds very compressed already because of its very long tail. I like to apply even limiter just to see the waveform. There are some peaks, but not introducing any difference. In the plug, however, we will have something to compress here. See, we have the problem here that there's so little space for us to play with the threshold, right? We would need to go so low. And this is touching on the gain staging concept, where gain staging means that we set the proper input volume levels so that we have easy time to apply different effects on the sound. That's why we can go into our channel rack and increase the volume here on the channel level so we can see more of the waveform. And on the mixer, just decrease the volume the same amount as we just boosted it in the channel rack. Now, as you can see, the waveform is higher, so it will be just easier for us to set the right threshold. I've touched upon this concept because I see a lot of beginners struggle with this and then overdoing the compression or not doing it at all because they set up their channel volumes, so volumes of your instruments on the channel level, too low. That's an advantage of changing the volume levels on the mixer level. You remember that we talked that volume is what creates the focus. And whatever something is lower in volume or also lower in dynamics, because dynamics is volume, will get pushed more into the background of our mix. And this plug is definitely not something we want in the front. That's why whenever you want something more in the background, like these effects, we apply compression. You see that we are taking down the pluckiness of this element. So if we turn it off, it's really hard to hear, but it does make a difference in the mix. It will not be so much in the front and leave more dynamics for different elements in our track. Now we get into our drums. Obviously, you would think that kick is very plucky, so we could compress it, right? The problem with this is that kick itself is pretty much just the transient element. It's cutting through the mix. The purpose of the kick drum is to cut through the mix and create this rhythm. We don't want to over compress our drums or sometimes not compress our drums at all because we want them to keep the groove going. And you can see that pretty much when we apply the limiter, or let's say we apply some compression and increase the ratio to 2 to 1, you can see that we are just basically attenuating the whole kick drum. So there's no sense of just compressing the kick drum alone, because it's so plucky and so short usually that you'll often find that it's much better to just set the right volume for the kick drum. The same thing with our clap, snares, shakers, and hats. All of them are very, very transient driven. However, what is a common practice is to compress all drums together as one group. We've done already the group for the bass, so let's repeat this process for drums. So let's take an empty insert, place it next to our drums, mark all of them by left clicking, dragging over all of your drums, and then keep holding control and left click on the arrow of your empty track. Now every element is routed to our drum group. So we can rename it, call it drum group. And now we can solo it by clicking Alt and left click. And now let's try applying some compression. It will make a difference because our kick plays together with clap, plays together with shakers. Let's increase the ceiling of the limiter so it doesn't affect our drums, but we just use compressor mode. We take down the threshold a little bit and increase the ratio again to, let's say, 3:1. So we compress our drums, mainly triggered by the kick drum. Triggered meaning that caused by the kick drum, because as you can see, kick was the loudest part here. Clap also, you can see clap here, kick, clap, kick, clap. So we made our compressor work about 6 dB. So technically we could increase the gain to 6 dB, but I think 6 dB is a little bit too much. So let's turn down the ratio to 2:1 and make it work about 3 to 4 dB of attenuation, so we are not going over the top. Now we are hitting at around -3 dB on the compressor, so we can make up the gain by, let's say, +3. Let's do a before and after. So this is before. It might not sound like much to you, but by bringing down the difference between the very, very loud kick and clap and bringing them together with the hats makes the sound of the drums more controlled. And this is a magical concept. Overall, compression is a magical concept because it's not obvious. It's very hard to understand why it works. Why compressor works starts in human psychology, because our ears prefer consistency. Sudden changes in volume are distracting and mentally exhausting, believe it or not. If one moment is quiet and the next one is loud, your brain has to consistently adjust your tension in your ears to keep up, right? With compression, the sound is more consistent, so your brain can relax and focus on the music, or whether it's, for example, a podcast, focus on the message. Because believe it or not, my voice right now, as I'm speaking to you, is compressed a lot. Imagine a friend talking softly to you, right? And then suddenly yelling. Other than that, it just keeps important sounds on top. So as I said before, in a mix with a lot of instruments, some sounds are more important than others, right? For example, if your pluck volume jumps too much, your vocal can be buried and fight for this attention. While we want our vocal, for example, right, to be in the front, because it's usually the most important part of a song. And again, as I said, our ears have a natural form of compression built in. When you hear very loud sounds, your ears automatically reduce their sensitivity to protect your hearing. That's why it will sound better like this. And now finishing the stage of dynamics in mixing, one of the most important parts of creating this dynamic balance in your mix is sidechain compression. Sidechain compression works exactly like a compressor, attenuating whatever exceeds the threshold, but we take a different trigger for the compressor. Let me explain. If we applied a compressor on our bass group, normal compressor, the trigger to this compressor is the bass group, right? We have the sound of the bass going into the limiter. We affect bass signal with its own signal. Sidechain compression, on the other hand, is when we affect the bass signal with something else. This allows us to duck elements if any other elements is playing at the same time. This is especially useful applied from kick to the bass group, meaning that we apply a sidechain compression on the bass group and we take the kick drum as the trigger to this compressor. So we'll surely apply a compressor, right? Let's apply another second compressor on the bass group. Let's increase the ceiling so it's not affecting the signal in any way and change to compressor mode. Now, again, you all the time ignore everything else, but we take a look at something new, which is called sidechain over here. If you right click it, you will see all the signals that this compressor sees. So it reads all the signals that come through this mixer track. The signals that come are from the main bass and the layer, because we had 3 layers which are connected to our bass group. So we need to somehow send the kick signal to this bass group compressor. To do that, simply choose the kick mixer track and go over to the bass group, or if you have just one bass layer, then it will be just your bass track, and click on the arrow. This will send the signal together with audio to the bass group. So if we play it now, we have the kick playing twice because we are sending it, as you can see, to 2 groups, which both are connected to the master track, right? So kick sound travels to the bass group, and then together with all the bass sounds travels to the master track, and also travels to the drum group and travels all the way to the master group. We don't want that, we just want it once, but we still want to send the signal. That's why we need to take the volume down by clicking on the knob and dragging it down. So now we'll have the audio going only once to our ears and not duplicating this sound, but the signal still goes through to the bass group, so that if we open the new compressor that we've added, we'll be able to see it if we right click on the sidechain menu. So let's choose the kick. And now let's see what happens if we take down the threshold and increase the ratio. Again, to something like 4:1. We need to enable also the drum group because the kick audio is only going to the drum group. Let's play now bass group and the kick together. Before. Do you hear the difference? Now our bass ducks down, as you can see, whenever the kick is playing. And you can see the kick signal with the highlighted on blue, just like that. And whatever we attenuate, again, the purple color. Now the only thing is to find the proper threshold setting. I think that attenuating by about 7 to 10 dB will be perfect in that case. And now let's listen to everything we've got so far. Alright, we have a couple of different elements that we could also attenuate whenever the kick is playing. For example, this Reese bass, this ARP sound. Not necessarily, but I think this will create more punch done by the kick. So what I would do personally is create a new separate group for everything that we want to apply sidechain compression to. So that can be all the background elements, the bass sounds, definitely, because as you remember, we don't want any sub bass playing at the same time with the kick. And this sidechain compression method also fights this exact issue. So let's create another group. I will put it in the very beginning on the insert 1, and let's call it sidechain. And now what we can do is, of course, remove the sidechain compression from the bass group because we will apply it on the sidechain. So let's remove it. And now everything that we want to have more punch, we route to the sidechain. Route meaning that we take the signal and make it go first through this mixer track and only then to the master track. So we, for example, ARPs, definitely, let's make it go through the sidechain signal. We can do it quickly by holding Control and left clicking. Then strings, definitely as well. So let's mark them and click left click. Reese, let's also do it. Right? And plug can have some punch as well. And then the bass group, of course, this is the main reason why we've done all of this. So let's add to sidechain. Brass, I don't think that we need to sidechain it because it creates this impact. Same with the crashes. So now we need to apply compressor in the sidechain group, right? So let's go to the slot 1, right click and search for the limiter. Turn up the settings so it doesn't affect anything. Go to compressor mode and right click and find our kick. Now I see that we have not yet sent the signal of the kick to our sidechain. We still have it only set to our bass group. So we need to unlink it from the bass group and again sidechain it to the sidechain. You see, I have this arrow, I click it. You can also right click the arrow and click sidechain to this track. Now we open up the compressor and find in the sidechain menu the kick. This is very important that we choose the kick here and then again increase the ratio to anything about 4, or you can go in that case higher, it doesn't really matter, to about 4. And after. So big of a difference. Now let's listen to everything together. Now at this point, after you've done some leveling, some EQ and the sidechain, you can circle back and check if the volumes are properly set up for everything. Because now after we sidechained everything, we've EQ'd, we've compressed stuff, new problems will pop up, especially with leveling, because the levels will change a ton. You could make something a little bit too quiet or something a little bit too loud because you've misapplied the makeup gain. That's why let's go quickly and adjust the volumes once again. This Reese, since we sidechain it, it creates a ton of great ambience, but it pops through the mix a little bit too much. That's why I would like to make it a little bit darker. And since the high frequencies are defining the brightness of your instrument, we could simply attenuate them. So we could choose a high cut, so we would cut everything, or high shelf. Both of them would work. I will choose high cut and do it very, very gently, just like that. Before and before. This makes a huge difference. After we've compressed and EQ'd everything, I hear that our kick drum is now a little bit too boomy, means that it has a little bit too much body. If you listen to it closely, well, it sounds good, but let me show you that if we cut the low mids, that again you will see in the infographic, we should keep minimal because this area is our boxiness. This is our problematic area. Let's see if attenuating it a little bit places our kick closer with all the other instruments, meaning that its tonal balance, meaning the frequency spectrum, more fits into everything else in the mix. Same boxiness as you have in the kick drum, you can find problematic in your bass. Let's check how it would sound if we would attenuate this area over here in the bass. It makes a little bit of a difference, especially if you'd be listening on speakers in untreated room, depending also on your headphones. A ton of commercial headphones like to attenuate this boxiness area and create this kind of a groove. I think this way it fits a little bit better. Now, as you can see, mixing is really an in-depth process, but I hope you're learning a lot. The next step is space. And this is when we are creating depth of our track. We use reverb, which creates this echo kind of sound that you would hear if you would sing in a cathedral or in a bunker, right? This is called reverb. So reverbs, we want to always keep in this range. Again, you see this pattern appearing that we try to leave this area of the lows minimal and controlled, since it's very vulnerable, right? We could start with adding some reverb on, let's say, our claps, so you can see the difference it makes. Let's apply reverb. For some reason, instead of reverb, it's called re-everb in FL Studio. And what I want you to focus on are 3 knobs: low cut, size, decay, and 2 faders, dry and wet. Every single reverb plugin will have those knobs. Sometimes instead of 2 dry and wet faders, you might see just a mix knob. Just remember that the dry signal is the unprocessed one and the wet is the processed one. 100% mix means that the signal is 100% wet, and 0% mix means that it's 100% dry. We always start by increasing the size. If we go all the way up, or all the way down, I prefer to set the size to the highest amount. And then, since we don't want to apply reverb on any low frequencies, we increase the low cut, which is this exact same thing we have in EQ, just like this. It works exactly the same. You just cannot see it. It's in the low cut knob here. Let's put an EQ so you can clearly hear the difference. See, it's stale. We play and it stays a little bit. If I remove the reverb, much shorter, right? And we also reverberate this area over here. So if we increase it to something about 700 Hertz, so around here, so we would kind of like create this effect, right? And then we set the decay time. Decay means the length of the reverb. For things like percussions, we are looking for a shorter reverb. Could be up to 1.5 seconds or shorter, depends on what elements you apply it on. I would shorten it to around 1 second. And now we play with the wet knob. So if we take it down all the way, there's no reverb applied at all. And if we increase it, we start to apply the effect, right? So I would keep it minimal. So let's hear it in the mix with all drums. Same thing you can also apply on hat. So let's apply reverb and do the same thing. We increase the low cut, increase the size, and play around with decay and wet. I think we could go even shorter, so the reverb does not last too long after the next hat hits, right? So we have very, very short reverb, but still there you can hear that it creates the feeling like we were recording the hat in some kind of a room. The decay time I would set to around 1 second or shorter, just to create a little bit of the feeling. If you're creating very short reverb, play around with size as well. Especially for short decay reverbs, smaller room size can sound pretty interesting. So this is without any reverbs applied. Feels very dry. And if we enable the reverb on the clap and hat, feels like we have more space, right? Creating space is also about panning, if you remember from what we started today's lesson with. So if you have a couple of layers of clap, you can pan one slightly left and one slightly right, and hear how it sounds, if it sounds better. Of course, panning brings a ton of excitement to your mix. And of course, if you chose a sample that's already, for example, processed and layered, you will not need to really do any panning, but you can see that left channel here is a little bit louder than the right one. That means that the sample itself has been already panned a little bit to the left or right, so you need to watch out for this. That's exactly why choosing better samples creates better mixes immediately, because you don't have to do things like this, especially if you're a beginner. Later down the road, you will definitely want more control, so make sure you have downloaded the yesterday's pack. You can still pan it a little bit more to the right. Shakers, we can pan a little bit left, just slightly, like 10%, and add maybe also 10% right, so it's opposing sides, so we're not overwhelming only the left ear. Definitely a small change, but overall panning your percussion specifically will create this surrounding soundscape, so keep that in mind. Now let's go to our plugs, and you will hear that it unfortunately has already reverb applied. So I will remove it from the synthesizer itself. It's a Serum synthesizer. It's very, very similar to Vital one that we used on day 2. It's quite old, but very, very popular. So whenever you'll be watching any tutorials, you'll see it coming again and again. But this sound we used already had reverb applied. So if I remove it, you can hear that it got very dry. Same with the ARPs here. I can remove the reverb from the ARP sounds. So if we play them together, sounds pretty nice, but if we would like to create even more space and depth, we would apply reverb, right? Again, always increase the low cut so we don't mess up the lowest frequencies, which are the most sensible. And then we could make the decay a lot longer because we are creating the soundscape right here. And make it a lot more wet. And before. If you have a good ear, you should also realize that it has some echo applied as well. In music production, we call this effect delay. So let me quickly remove it from the synthesizer level, just so you can see the difference and apply it on the mixer track level. So let's search for delay and go for Fruity Delay 3. It's the most popular stock delay. You can see that it just basically echoes the sound. You want to look for the type, the delay model, and the feedback. Of course, also wet, because it's the amount of effect applied. If you change the time, you can change the rate at which it delays the sound. So we could, for example, set it at 3.0 and change it to ping pong mode, so it ping pongs from left ear to right ear. To enable it, we would also need to pan it to the left or right, doesn't matter. Very nice effect. And if we combine that with reverb, so same thing with the ARP, we can just apply reverb on it. Turn it on. hear that it fills out the background of our spectrum very, very nicely. So just to remind you, this is what we started with today. The last thing I wanted to quickly touch upon is automation. This will be very useful if you'd like to create change over time in your arrangement. So we have a moment in our track where bass plays alone with claps and arps. You can automate every single knob inside FL Studio. A common automation trick is to automate the hi-cut. So since our bass is playing alone, let's apply an EQ after whatever we had in our bass group, right? So let's just apply an EQ and create a hi-cut. So again, we take down the band type, we can make it a little bit more steep. And if you scroll down, you can make this kind of so-called resonance, which boosts the frequencies and then takes them down. Here, what happens when I make this kind of movement from bottom to the top, exactly like that. This will be very, very useful for all kinds of effects that you'd like to automate in your song. So first, we need to find what knob actually affects this movement. And if you move it, you can see this knob that changes the place of the band. So naturally, you can right click and create automation clip, or you can move the knob, go to tools, search for last tweaked parameter, and create automation clip. Both of these are the same. So let's right click on the knob and create an automation clip. It will show up somewhere. We don't know where, it's over here. So let's move it up and you can see that we have an automation clip. We can move it up and down or right click and create a new point. So if you play around, you'll quickly grasp how it's done. I would like to go from somewhere around 20% because this will be around here. I will enable detach mode so we can see the EQ at all times. So you can see it changes, right? So we'll go up from here and I would like this to finish just before the drop hits, right? Which is around here. So we would like to finish it on the very top and then we just like to keep it on the very top at all times. So we just can move the second point like that. So it just looks something like this. You can automate a ton of different parameters. For example, we have this clap playing. You can see it's track 15. So let's go to the track 15 and apply reverb and repeat the same process that we've done. So we increase the low cut size. And this time let's increase the decay because we'll create a washout effect where it's and before. Right? But we want this effect to only be applied during this moment of the clap, not anywhere else. That's why we can create an automation out of this wet fader. So let's set wherever we want it to be. Let's say here is perfect. So we can right click, create automation clip, find it, okay? Let's take it up. So we have it next to our clap and we want to automate the wetness only to be here. So we take it down when the drop hits. Now you can hear that even though the automation clip is on the right side, you can still hear the reverb applied before the automation starts. This is because of some FL Studio settings that I will show you how to disable tomorrow. But a quick and common workaround is to take the automation clip all the way to the start of your song and extend it, and then create this shape only in the moment you want it to be in. And here we'll have about 70%, right? And it will turn off when the drop hits. Same thing we need to do with the bass. So you can take the automation clip, extend it, and just take it like that, and make sure it turns on only in the part that we want to. So now it will work perfectly. Your homework for today is to open up today's downloads and try to follow along the video and replicate all the steps we've done on the project we started with. You'll find also the final mix project file so you can deconstruct it yourself and compare it with what you've done. Today you'll learn one of the most wanted skills in music production, which is recording and mixing professional sounding vocals. Just as with everything we've done so far, we always want to make sure that our starting point already sounds as good as possible. So great vocals start with great singing or rapping skills, and even if you're not willing to record vocals anytime soon, trust me, it will just take 2 minutes, and if you'll find yourself needing to record vocals in the future, this is some crucial knowledge. After great singing skills comes the recording quality, right? And only then we have a good material to start mixing vocals and making them sound even better. Quality starts with the space where you record. It doesn't have to be a big space, but it just needs to be quiet with no background noise, no fans, no air conditioners blowing air into the microphone. And then we want to make sure that the sound doesn't echo. So coming back to the acoustic treatment part, we want no reverberation. However, this time it can even be your closet. So just find any space in your house that has little to no echo. If you don't have any space like this and don't want to do any acoustic treatment, you can use something called a vocal booth. It's a small cube that you place around your microphone that isolates the sound coming from all directions other than the front. Now for your equipment, it's best to use a specific type of mic called a condenser microphone. It's the best for vocal recording because it picks up all the little nuances in your voice, whispers, dynamics, and overall it's best at capturing how we hear human voice in real life. But they are also at the same time not as forgiving as the second type called dynamic microphone. Dynamic mic is great for live performances or podcasts because it's capable of picking up only the signal from the front of the mic. For the quality, it's not as good, but you would not need to make sure that your recording space is perfect. So let's go with a condenser mic, okay? There are many condenser microphones that you can pick up for a good deal. You'll find a few recommendations that you cannot go wrong with in today's downloads. Now to make the most out of it, you'll need a mic stand so you can comfortably stand when singing, a pop filter to eliminate plosive sounds caused by the air hitting the mic, and a spider shock mount to eliminate any noise or vibrations coming through the stand. All of them are pretty cheap. Most microphones come equipped with that already, but there are also DIY tutorials on how to do that yourself. Just don't keep the mic, especially a condenser one, in your hand while recording. Then, as you know already, you surely will need an audio interface and a pair of closed back headphones that we've already covered on day 1 of the course. So we've got the room acoustics right, no noise, proper gear, and now we need a proper recording technique. So you first need, of course, to make sure where the front of the microphone is, because it can be misleading. You'll not believe how many people I see do it wrong. Then make sure the mic is at your mouth level and about 1 or 2 fists away from it. The pop filter can be anything in between. And lastly, during the recording, try to not move your mouth and change the distance, okay? microphones pick up the frequencies differently depending on the distance, right? And we want to keep it consistent throughout the recording. It's better to be as close to the microphone as possible if you can get no plosives. Now, your audio interface will definitely have an LED light. This is an indicator telling you if the microphone is too loud. So after you connect it, try to shout into the microphone and make sure that this LED is not showing any red colors. If it does, take down the gain knob a little bit until you don't see any red. If you forget about it, the recording volume can get too high and it will cause unwanted audio clipping. And it does not sound good. Now, after we've got the setup, let's get into recording. As soon as you connect the mic to the interface and your interface to the computer, we need to make sure that it's connected inside Options, Audio Settings, and then we'll need to choose an audio driver. You might have a couple of them already, like Realtek, FL Studio or ASIO4AL, but you'll want to choose the one that has the name of your interface in it, or if you don't see it, play around with ASIO4AL or FL Studio ASIO. ASIO is just a driver software that gets installed together with FL, but if you don't see them, just Google ASIO drivers and you should be able to download them from the official website. After we've got this recording in FL, it's very simple. We just want to click on the record button, and the best for recording overall, I would say, is audio into the playlist as an audio clip. So we can clearly see the audio inside the playlist. So let's click on that. And now you'll be able to choose the ins you have on your audio interface. I have two here, and my microphone, I know that is on the in 2. You can see that it's already starting to record. If you don't want to hear yourself at the same time, go to monitor external input off. So now you will not hear your voice. When you set it to when armed, here is the arm button. So whenever you have it enabled and you hit record with the red record button enabled, it will be recording. If you open Mixer, which we've covered a lot yesterday, you'll see that we have a new channel already linked to our voice. So if I take it here, you can see that we immediately connected this playlist track into this mixer track. You will see also the same buttons over here. Here's the input, same as you saw it on the playlist. Also choosing the record function. You always want to keep it on external input only, because if you record with anything like post effects, post EQ, it will basically run the channel through the effects you have in here and then record it. And we just want to have always a raw recording of your vocals without any effects applied. Also, if you have issues with latency, where your vocal sounds very delayed in your headphones, open up a new project and record the vocals into a new project, or make sure to disable the effects. As you remember from yesterday, we used the extra large view and we had those buttons that allowed us to quickly disable the effects. So if you disable all of them, you should have a better latency when recording. Now, I will not be recording my vocals, but if you ever do, make sure you record several takes. FL Studio does that automatically. If we just keep recording and start playing, you will see that a new group pops up over here. And now if I stop it, and if I keep doing that, we'll be adding new and new tracks, right? This is where also the countdown before recording comes handy, and the metronome, because we want our vocals to always be rhythmically correct. Or if you're using a vocal sample, that they are placed correctly in time with the project. Make sure to always record a couple of takes, even if you think that this one was perfect, okay? Because then what you can do is use a slice tool over here and just choose the parts that sound best. For example, I really liked this part and not that part, so I can choose this one, and I prefer this part over this part, so I can remove them, or also use the mute button that we used when arranging tracks, right? So we can easily choose the best parts of the recording. Also, slice tool will come handy when we will be removing noise, which is a common practice with vocals, especially if there is some background noise, especially with condenser microphone recordings. You can use slice tool and slice your sample whenever there's a long silent part, so that we don't introduce any unnecessary noise into the recording, and then just delete it. Then if you hover your mouse around the edge and corner of the clip, you will see this pinch hand, and we can take it to ease out or is in the samples. So we don't introduce any unnecessary clicks and artifacts to the audio. Now we need to actually make the recorded vocals sound professional. So let's get into mixing our vocals. So your recording might look something like this, where you have a couple of samples, right? And now overall, we can put them together like this. And the problem now is that since you've made a couple of takes and the distance will differ, your energy will also differ, we want to start by automating the volume. So the overall sample has very similar loudness. We can merge all of those three samples into one, similarly to how we grouped the drum patterns. We can do similar thing and consolidate, as we call it, the audios. And we can do that by hitting Control or Command and G. And now you can see that we have it in one long sample. Now, to automate the volume of the sample, sure, as you know automation already from yesterday, we could open up the sampler. And again, as we used previously this channel volume, we could also automate the channel volume, right? So now what we could do is holding Shift and right click, it will create a new dot for us at the same volume level. So we can just increase the volume level over here, right? So we can layer them together. So the overall volume is like this. We don't want to make huge differences here. We just want to make it roughly, okay? And just take a listen.
Go phone, yell out loud, that boy coming real soon. For y'all of my dogs up in that can, loyalty.
See, so the new take kind of, right, comes in somewhere here.
Yell out loud, that boy coming real soon. For y'all of my dogs up in that can, loyalty on that.
And slightly lowers like that. You can change also the tension of the automation to make different shapes. The problem now is that we don't actually see the waveform changing for us. And if you'd like to consolidate this, you might want to group those guys together, but it's not possible. We would need a slightly different approach. Okay, so let's remove this automation and we'll get into another issue that you will get definitely when producing in FL Studio, is that automation clips actually kind of still work even though you have removed them from your playlist. So you can see that if I change the volume, you can see that it jumps back, right? And if I remove the automation, it jumps back again. I will show you two techniques. Second is a little bit better, but overall, you need to first remove the automation from the playlist and then go to the current project inside your browser, so current project, and find initialized controls, and then you'll see that we have this automation clip over here, so we need to delete the event. And now, whatever we do here, it stays. I would suggest you to disable the initial controls function at all, because it's not really that useful in my opinion. I'm not sure why it's enabled by default, but to disable it, we'll go to General Settings and find at the bottom initialize controls automatically. So we disable it. Now, even if we again create an automation clip out of anything inside your project and change it, right? So it will go back because we have the automation clip enabled, and we delete the automation clip. We will not have any similar issues, okay? Now, so ideally we would like to, see the visual feedback of this waveform to be slightly evened out, right? First thing, of course, you could do is make sure that you recorded the vocal sample properly. But if you're working with vocalists around the world, it just might not happen. So if you have a couple of takes in different samples, what you can do is simply use this gain control as in the middle of a sample, and you can maybe, even it out slightly with other areas of your sample. However, this will not work in this moment of the sample where we have first some, whispers like this or lower sounds.
Dogs up in that can, loyalty on that ice stand.
And you get more energy out of the singer and they just start getting louder and louder, right?
Back of the Maybach, hold up, I ain't even got that.
That's a huge issue because we will be applying compression. And if you remember, compression was applied only from a specific threshold, okay? This is important because let's say if we would set the compressor threshold to work here and lower down the volume of everything that exceeds the threshold, this compressor will not work on those waveform peaks, as you can see, right? That's why we need this automation to be done. The easiest way to do it would be with some kind of sample editor that allows us to really dive deep into the sample and change whatever we want about it without, creating automation clips and applying effects and stuff like this. There's a tool for that in FL Studio, and we can open this by clicking on the waveform of the sample and hitting Edit Sample. It will open Edison. This is our tool that allows us to really play around with the sample. So it's pretty advanced. It has a lot of features, but we're just looking to automate the volume, which we do by going down and looking for these views. So we have edit waveform, which we have right now enabled. Then we have edit panning. So that will be right, left. And now we have here a volume envelope. So louder and quieter. And it also works by right clicking, and we can create new automations. And we just want to make this moment here a little bit louder, right? Because we have slightly quieter moment here.
Dogs up in that
And going into the louder moment.
got the stars and you know that.
Right, so Edison, we lost it. We can always open it back by going to the mixer, and you'll find the Edison applied on the master track, because Edison is just like another plugin. It opens up in our mixer. So let's just do the same thing that we've done with the automation clip and increase the audio here and going like that, right? Because the peaks go like this. So our volume, we need to go like that slightly. Again, anything up to 3 dB of the difference, so we don't overdo anything. So I can see on the hint panel, we have right now 2.99. Let's do it like this. Maybe also lower it over here because these guys are also a bit quieter, right? We can go back to waveform mode, so we can play the sample and zoom in into the last part. We can see that this part also is very quiet.
Them young boys up in that pole, and they gonna take your soul.
Right, so we get different energy from this part. So let's also create an automation clip so we can increase the volume like that. Again, let's say plus 2 dB. So this is crucial, and maybe even we can increase it a little bit further at the very end, just like that, okay? Again, this will make a huge difference. Always make sure that you do these tweaks, unless you are doing a rough mix. Meaning that you just want to quickly get inspired and skip the nitty-gritty stuff. And now you can just hover your mouse over the drag button and drag the waveform into the playlist. And can you believe it? We have perfectly even sample. So we now have perfectly ready input to start processing.
Dogs up in that can, loyalty on that ice stand. Before doing my part, and I ain't gonna stop till the rape got the stars and you, and they gonna take your soul.
This was the most boring part. Let's now get to the next step, which is pitch correction. There are 2 ways you can go here. First is by using a pitch correction plugin. Mostly these are used for styles like pop or EDM. And the second is by using an autotune effect plugin. Mainly you'll see that in rap or during live performances, right? I'm sure you've heard about autotune and how it just fixes the vocals in real time. FL Studio has a pitch corrector plugin built in. So I'll take another vocal, which is more sung.
I swear that it's getting to go, and I have nowhere to go.
And now see, this is exactly what I was talking about. If you're recording with different energy levels, it's very important to then go again. Edit sample, go to volume and slightly adjust the volume. And now we can just drag it over, and you can see it's much better right now, okay? So pitch correction, we also click on the sample options and open pitch correct sample. This will open new tone. As we did when building chords, we first chose a scale. And this is what we also need to do when using a pitch correction plugin like Newton. We want to go to edit, so those scissors, scale, and now we need to choose the scale. Now this time we only have the major or minor scale. So you need to, of course, check what's the scale of your song or what's the scale of your recorded vocals. And if you completely have no idea what's the scale of the vocal sample, even though it's usually coded, you can open tunebad.com/analyzer and drop it in. It says that we are in C# minor. So we can go and choose the scale, C# minor. And now we can snap to scale. So it will work basically the same as we previously done inside the piano roll when making harmonies. Now, however, you can see this orange fill, right? We have this orange fill and the orange highlight. This tells us where the part of this vocal should be at. And we can automatically stick all of those lyrics into the correct placement by turning up the center knob. As you can see, as soon as I center, the fill disappears and we have everything centered. This center knob, as you can see, only works on small chunks of the vocal, and it just tells us about the average of this part, where it sits, and not about the variation. You can see the variation is this line going up and down. We can adjust it by using this variation knob. We never go up. We always first go center up and then play with the variation, whatever feels better for you.
Swear that it's getting to go.
You also don't want to go totally to 0% because
Swear that it's getting to go.
it will be very, very robotic. If you change the transition to 0%, it will be completely robotic. As you can see, there will be no transition between each of the sample. If I take the transition down, it just basically jumps from one note to another. Of course, you would now need to go through the whole vocal. And if some samples sound bad to you, of course, change them individually. Newton in the producer version of FL Studio comes with trial. So you can use it, but you just cannot export the vocal. There are some workarounds that we'll not get into definitely. But the more popular way of processing vocals, let's delete Newton and Edison from our master, is by using an autotune. So there are many paid and free autotune plugins. The best free autotune is called Gralion 2. So let's Google it and you'll see it pop up. Let's download the free edition. We don't need the full edition at all. Let's go for Windows and open the file. You might see this FL Studio plugin version, and I would not suggest you use it because if you'd like to open another project file from someone else that didn't use it, it would just not open. I would just be using the VST3 version still. You also don't need the AAX version because it's for a different DAW as well. So let's leave those two versions and go next. Now again, we go to Options, File Settings, Manage Plugins, Find Installed Plugins. We don't need to necessarily favorite it, but if you want to find plugins that you have not favored, you can always go to the slot and hit More Plugins. It will now show you all the plugins you have installed, so you don't necessarily need to have all of them favorited. Of course, before we do that, we need to assign this vocal to a mixer track. As we've done already, we can do that by hitting Ctrl and L, right? Or of course, changing it like this. But what I prefer, instead of finding it in the channel rack, just double click on the sample, open the sampler and click on the track. So it will assign free mixer track. You will see it over here. And now we can work on top of it.
I swear that
it's coming through. So let's apply the autotune plugin we just installed. It's very simple. We are just interested in this area over here, which is about correction. We don't need anything else. So we have it enabled. And now we, of course, need to choose the scale, because if we didn't,
I swear that it's getting to go.
It will try to stick the vocal to every single note possible. And in a track, we usually just use 7 of them in an octave. So we click on this violin key and choose our scale, which is minor C sharp. Now let's play.
I swear that it's getting to go.
And now we just can play around with the smooth, okay? The lower you go with the milliseconds, the faster it will work. So it will make it very, very robotic. If you want to have very soft effect, go to something like 20 milliseconds.
I swear that it's getting to go.
It's still audible, definitely, but definitely less audible than if we go all the way down to something like 1 millisecond.
I swear that it's getting to go. And I have nowhere to go.
That's a great part that we can listen for.
And I have nowhere to go.
Let's go with something like 10 milliseconds.
And I have nowhere to go.
I think 10 milliseconds like this will sound pretty nice. Overall, this is not the best sounding autotune plugin. There are some that are a little bit more professional, but they also come at a cost. We can definitely work with this one and learn a lot. But when you're applying something like autotune, you don't really have much control over individual sounds, but you always have control in time over the smoothness. So you can tweak this knob and go to Tools and go to Last Tweak, as we done yesterday, and create an automation clip, so you can then just change how much of this autotune you want to actually be applied in different parts of your song. Let's just remove it.
This life gon' break me like my exits in my heart. Set me in the backside that we grew. Those are the same, well maybe that's true. It's impossible to describe the pain you put me through. Out of the blue, I didn't see the signs until you made me realize how big.
Just for practice, let's play with different vocals. So let's apply the Grylion.
Walk around, all I feel is that.
Right, we need to, of course, choose the scale. So let's go to the sampler and drag it again to something like Tune Bad Analyzer. So we have A minor, perfect. We can choose minor A.
But it doesn't help me at all. So I'm going right to the bottom. But it doesn't help me at all. So I'm going right to the bottom. Push the bottle to the floor for Giotto. To be honest, I don't care if I die tomorrow.
Okay, we can leave it at that. And now I want you to remember a simple vocal chain that we call vocal. It's VOCAL. The V stands for volume automation. This is what we've already done. After, we optimize the vocal with an EQ. So similarly to what we've already done yesterday when mixing an instrumental. The second step was the EQ. Here we basically optimize and shape the vocal so it fits best into our track. Then C stands for compression. Again, we've yesterday already touched upon this concept. And then A stands for attenuate harshness. So we don't want to eliminate harshness. We don't want to leave it. We just want to attenuate it because we sometimes want some harshness in our vocal, but not this negative and ear-piercing harshness, right? And then L stands for layer with effects. We'll be applying wet effects like reverb or delay we've done yesterday, or some different effects we'll get into. So next step, we apply an equalizer. Parametric EQ is the one we choose. And what we've done yesterday was always, every time, getting rid of this area, which is again most sensible. We don't want anything other than our bass and kick drum playing there. So we choose a low cut. I like to always make it a little bit steeper. So we cut everything. You can choose the resonance as well, so we can make it even steeper. And we cut everything around under 200 so that we don't have anything under 100 hertz, okay? Also, it's that different vocals will have different vibes, and perhaps you have really deep vocal that might have a ton of this low mid area, so we don't want to cut it too much.
But it doesn't help me at all. So I'm going right to the bottom, push the bottle to the floor.
Then a common practice when EQing vocals is to increase the presence, so area around high mids and presence. Some people also like to just take the shelf and increase the shelf like that.
But it doesn't help me at all. So I'm going right to the bottom, push the bottle to the floor for Giotto. To be honest, I don't care if I die tomorrow. To be honest, I don't care, see that empty bottle.
It's very common because it makes the vocal brighter and just kind of more exciting, right? Instead of increasing the high shelf, what I like to do instead is playing around with the mids. Mids is where the body of your vocal is. So if you want more body, so more like thump of your vocal, you can slightly increase this part or lower this part if you have too much body. And then if you ever need, you can always increase the overall loudness of everything, right? Because this is basically like a volume fader if it feels like that. I often find myself using this. It's pretty handy. So for this kind of vocal,
but it doesn't help me at all. So I'm going right to the bottom, push the bottle to the floor.
It's pretty bright vocal, so I would maybe just pump a little bit of the high brightness. If you find that there are some frequencies that are hurting your ears and that are harsh, you can always take a small bell, make it very resonant like that, and scroll again, that's what we've done yesterday, scroll through the spectrum to hear any dissatisfying parts.
But it doesn't help me at all. So I'm going right to the bottom, push the bottle to the floor for Giotto. To be honest, I don't care if I die tomorrow.
Different vocals have different resonance sounds that just might get picked up by microphones more. So this is the time where you can slightly lower the volume, like minus 2 to 3 dB, nothing more than that, because we'll take care of the harshness. So we'll be attenuating the harshness in the first step, always make sure to listen also to your instrumental as you are making any changes to make them according to how it sounds in the whole mix. At this point, if we try to listen to it,
but it doesn't help me at all. So I'm going right to the bottom, push the bottle to the floor, for Giotto. To be honest, I don't care if I die tomorrow.
you see, for now it doesn't sound really that nice because of the high dynamic range. Sometimes it's very, very loud, sometimes it's very quiet. That's why we have compression for the C in our vocal mixing chain. So let's apply Fruity limiter. If you have skipped yesterday's mixing day, make sure to come back to it so you can understand everything about it. We are going to set the ratio again to something about 4:1, and with the threshold this time, we just want to set it so that we even out all the lyrics in the vocal. So every lyric or every word in our vocal is equally audible. So amplitude of the waveform is pretty much hitting the same average. So let's try that.
But it doesn't help me at all. So I'm going right to the bottom, push the bottle to the floor, for Giotto. To be honest, I don't care if I die tomorrow. To be honest, I don't care, see that empty bottle, yeah. Walking around, all I feel is envy. Pockets getting mega, but my heart is still so empty. Feel like nobody.
As you can see,
But it doesn't help me at all.
we are hitting those parts a ton and those not at all. This means that we have pretty good threshold setup.
But it doesn't help me at all. So I'm going right to the bottom.
Now we can listen to it with the whole track and adjust the gain so that our vocal is the most important in our track, meaning we want to make it slightly louder than everything else.
But it doesn't help me at all. So I'm going right to the bottom, push the bottle to the floor, for Giotto. To be honest, I don't care if I die tomorrow. To be honest, I don't care, see that empty bottle, yeah. Walking around, all I feel is
Never make huge differences immediately. Start with 1 dB, then go to 2 dB. And then, as you can see, at 3.1 decibels, we hit pretty good volume for this vocal. So it pops out in the mix, but it's not overwhelming it. Then we attenuate the harshness. That's done usually with a de-esser plugin. And there are many paid de-esser plugins and free ones, but there's also a built-in feature inside FL Studio, inside a plugin called Maximus. Maximus is a multiband compressor plugin. So Maximus has kind of like 3 compressors, 1, 2, 3, and this compressor 1 is only affected by those frequencies, compressor 2 is only affected by those frequencies, and compressor 3 is only affected by those frequencies independently. In Maximus, those 3 bands you can see clearly by going to bands. So you can see this is the frequency spectrum, similarly to what we have here. And this is compressor 1, compressor 2, compressor 3. You can choose them by changing them here. You also have the 4th compressor, which is called master. That means it basically works like a normal compressor would on the whole frequency spectrum, right? Why this is important? Because the harshness appears only in the specific frequency range, which is around 4 to 6 kilohertz, 4 to 6, 7, 8, sometimes 10 maybe, depends on your vocal, of course. And this Maximus plugin will allow us to only turn on the compressor for these specific frequencies. In normal compressor, like the limiter plugin, we set the threshold here, right? So you can see that the blue line goes down and we have the threshold and the ratio creates this angle, right? Maximus is exactly the same. Basically, instead of having 2 knobs like this, we just can change this threshold by holding Alt and dragging our mouse so it sticks to the line, this line, which basically allows whole sound through. So we make the threshold at around this time, minus about 9 dB. So minus 9 dB would be here in our normal compressor. And here we just specifically set ratio. So here's no ratio, just as we would have it like this. And 4:1 looks like that. So you would go with something like this. Here we have probably somewhere around 4:1. This would be very, very useful tomorrow when we'll be mastering our track. Now inside Maximus, you'll find a preset for de-essing. So you don't have to set everything yourself. Preset means that the settings are preset for you. You can left click on the presets and choose de-essing narrowband or split band. Doesn't matter, you can choose whichever sounds better for you. You can see that they differ only by taking down and working on all of the frequencies above around 3.5 kilohertz. And this narrowband just works from about 2.5 to 9.5. Each line here shows 1000. So we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here it shows 10, so 30, 40, 50. And here it shows 100. So we have 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. Let's choose maybe split band and we'll go to monitor so we can monitor what we are changing in the de-esser.
But it doesn't help me at all. So I'm going right to the bottom.
See, we are already a little bit affecting the S sounds, which are the harsh syllables in our vocal. We can also solo it so we can only hear this band. Let's solo. Let's go down with our threshold, one step down, holding Alt. And we can also go down with the ratio or the tension of the ratio, which is called actually Ni, but it's not really that important for now. So let's now unsolo so we can hear it in the mix.
So I'm going right to the bottom, push the bottle to the floor for Giotto. To be honest, I don't care if I die tomorrow. To be honest, I don't care, see that empty bottle, yeah.
Now the last in our vocal mixing chain is to layer with wet effects. So yesterday we applied reverb. We'll use also reverb on vocals. Again, as yesterday, we'll increase the low cut to something about 700 Hertz. Size, I like to always go slightly higher, but we'll check how it sounds. And with decay, we also don't want to overdo it. Let's hear it for now.
To be honest, I don't care, see that empty bottle, yeah. Walk around, all I feel is envy. Pockets get a mega, but my heart is still so empty. Feel like nobody around, going out to save me. I'm by myself in the film, me and my semi. Walk around, all I feel is envy. Pockets get a mega, but my heart is still so empty. Feel like nobody around, going out to save me. I'm by myself in the film, me and my semi.
Okay, I think this is pretty alright, but the problem is now that we are washing out everything, right? You can hear that reverb basically blurs everything and puts everything into huge space. Imagine if we didn't apply the low cut, this will get even worse.
All these thoughts inside of my head, I try to get rid of them.
And if we increase the decay to 4 seconds, which is pretty common default for a lot of reverb plugins, it will get even worse.
All these thoughts inside of my head, I try to get rid of them. I try. All these thoughts inside of my head, I try to get rid of them. I try to get rid of them, but it doesn't.
I see now that previously when I was showing you the threshold, I also took the threshold up. So keep in mind that some things can get screwed up during everything you do. You might mistakenly turn something off and you will forget about it. Always, always be cautious. So let's fix the threshold.
All these thoughts inside of my head, I try to get rid of them. I try to get rid of them, but it doesn't help me at all. So I'm going right to the bottom, push the bottle to the floor for Giotto.
And now you can hear how this reverb screws everything up. It doesn't sound good at all. Reverb is something that beginner producers overuse because it just blurs imperfections. And for something like a vocal, we want it to be clear. Pop, kind of trap vocals, or even ADM vocals, all kinds of vocals, unless they are, like background effects, we want to be clear and audible and understandable, right? That's why we do the compressor, and that's why with reverb, we need to figure out a way where we can duck down the effect so it's not applied whenever our vocal is playing. If you remember from yesterday, this is similar to what we've done with the bass and kick, where we made the bass duck down, lower in volume, whenever the kick was playing. And this is what we also can do here. So let's take a new insert and call it sidechain reverb, okay? And now, since you already applied some reverb, let's say you've chosen the right settings you want, the right decay, which was 2.5 seconds for us. Everything is perfect as you want it, right? You can now just copy it over to this new track that we've made, so we can save a little bit of time. You can very, very quickly duplicate the presets between the mixer tracks by going to the dropdown and dragging the Save Preset As option onto the mixer track that we want. And of course, now we want to delete it from the original vocal track. Now, yesterday, as you remember, we were linking the tracks together using those cables, right? We were linking them. We can do that by choosing first the vocal track and hitting the arrow up. That will send the vocal and duplicate it basically. So this insert track is routed to the master so we can hear it. And then it's also routed to the other mixer track. And we can also hear it because this track is also linked to the master, right? So we kind of duplicated the volume of the vocal.
All these thoughts inside of my head.
We don't want that. We just want wet signal here. So we just want the pure reverb being applied. We don't want any dry signal because we don't want to duplicate the dry signal because it will make our vocal twice as loud. So that's what we have the dry level fader for. Inside the reverb, just take it down. And now we can also increase the wet.
All these thoughts inside of my head. I try to get rid of them. I try to get rid of them. But it doesn't.
Now you can hear only the wet effect applied. Now we just repeat what we've done yesterday with the sidechain kick to the bass. So we just apply a new compressor. We choose the Fruity limiter, go to compressor mode, find the sidechain menu and choose the vocal that we just linked to it. Now we increase the ratio to, again, anything like 4:1 and slowly take down the threshold until you hear that you're really ducking down the effect.
All these thoughts inside of my head. I try to get rid of them. I try to get rid of them. But it doesn't help me at all. So I'm going right to the bottom. Push the battle to the floor. For Giotto. To be honest, I don't care if I...
You can clearly hear that the reverb ducks down every time the dry vocal plays. We can now simply control the volume or the amount of reverb by taking down the fader of this reverb mixer track.
All these thoughts inside of my head. I try to get rid of them. I try to get rid of them.
Let's double alt click on the mixer tracks.
All these thoughts inside of my head. I try to get rid of them. I try to get rid of them. But it doesn't help me at all. So I'm going right to the bottom. Push the battle to the floor. For Giotto. To be honest, I don't care if I die tomorrow.
Now we have proper applied effects. A bonus tip for you to make the vocal feel more modern is by using a plugin called OTT. It's a very popular plugin that you will see a ton of producers use. If we Google OTT plugin, you'll find it in the xferrecords.com and you can simply download it over here or for Windows here. Now, OTT is a multi-band compressor. So it's basically exactly like Maximus, but it's a one-click solution for your multi-band compressor needs. And the easiest way to explain this is simply by just listening to how it changes the sound. You'll see the depth knob, which is basically our mix knob. Mix knob just tells us how much of the effect is being applied. For vocals, we go for anything between 7% to 20%. Let's put it at 15.
All these thoughts inside of my head. I try to get rid of them. I try to get rid of them.
And without.
But it doesn't help me at all. So I'm going right to the bottom. Push the battle to the floor. For Giotto. To be honest, I don't care if I die tomorrow. To be honest, I don't care. See that empty bottle. Yeah.
And now in the mix.
Walking around, all I feel is envy. Pockets getting mega, but my heart is still so empty. Feel like nobody around, doing not the same. I'm by myself in the film, me and my semi. Walking around, all I feel is envy. Pockets getting mega, but my heart is still so empty. Feel like nobody around, doing not the same. I'm by myself in the film, me and my semi. All these thoughts inside of my head. I try to get rid of them.
your homework for today is whether you want to work with vocals or not. Download the today's pack. You will find practice acapellas and the practice instrumental. Drag them both into FL Studio and try to mix the vocals following today's vocal mixing chain. If you followed along our workflow of producing a track, today we're diving into mastering. It's the final step before releasing our song. Think of it like giving a car its final polish before it hits the showroom. We are taking a completed mix and making sure it sounds clear, balanced and loud enough on any device, through phone speakers, headphones to big festival systems. I'm going to surprise you here and say that the better the mix is before we master it, the better it will sound mastered. Mastering isn't about fixing issues, okay? It's about putting the cherry on top. We start by making sure that our master track is completely empty. We have no slots over here, unless you've used some effects that you automated throughout the track. Then if you are playing with different ideas in your arrangement, just make sure you mark whatever you want to render as your final track. We can change it also later, but now I will just leave it as it is because that's just my full track, and we'll go to File, Export and Wave File. So as you can see, we won't be getting back to the mix anymore. So if you have stuff that you want to change production or mixing wise, do it before. Then we set it mode to full song, the tail to leave reminder. So if you have any reverb tails, they will be left and the song will be a little bit longer. Then we mark, of course, wave. The bit depth we set to 32-bit float, not 16-bit, not 24, 32-bit float, and of course stereo. 32-bit float allows us to save much more information than 24-bit in terms of volume. If the track is clipping at some points, the 32-bit float will enable us to recover everything. Then the resampling quality, you can set to whatever amount you want, at least 32 points. If you used a ton of stretch samples in your track, then set it to something higher. You can go with 512, but you will not hear much of the difference in usual scenarios. We enable high quality for all plugins, disable maximum polyphony. In the miscellaneous, we just want to make sure that we enable insert effects. Everything else is not really that important. The newest version of FL has this feature where you can directly upload the track to SoundCloud, which is like a YouTube for music, but we definitely don't want to do that right now. So after we've done that, you can hit start. While it's rendering in the meantime, let's talk about what we'll be doing. In mastering, other than the final polishing tweaks, the most important part actually is to increase the perceived loudness without pushing the track beyond its decibel limits. All the digital audio has a maximum loudness level, right? It has to have some kind of ceiling. It is called 0 dBFS, so 0 decibels full scale. This is the highest point audio can reach in digital systems before it clips or distorts. You can see that, for example, on samples, right? The waveform is shown between -infinity to 0 dB full scale. So 0 is our digital ceiling where audio clips. When it goes out of this 0 dBFS limit, we get hard clipping. It's just unpleasant, fuzzy sound. That's why yesterday I mentioned to not allow the red LED to show up on your audio interface, because it tells you that the audio is clipping, or it's very, very close to clipping. Of course, in mastering, we don't really want to hit this exact 0 dBFS limit. We want the loudest parts or peaks of our waveform of our track to hit at about -0.1 or -0.3 dB full scale, to make double sure we prevent this hard clipping, right? Especially on different playback systems when we convert our song, for example, to MP3 file. Whenever you listen to anything in FL Studio, the current channel here shows you the exact scale it's at. So whenever you mark any channel, it will just be showing the current one. When you set it to master, you can see that in the loudest part, so let's search for our drop. We are not hitting 0. And this is not that important when you are inside FL Studio, because FL Studio already works in this 32-bit float mode. So you will never hear this hard clipping scenarios, even though your master or any of your channels can basically go above the 0 dB here, you'll never hear the clipping until you render your track, right? In FL, it doesn't really matter. You won't hear it. So after we've rendered, we can just go and open a new template and just go with an empty. So we make sure there's nothing there, okay? So as you can see, empty, we have no limiter. We don't need anything in the channel rack because we'll be just dragging our track to FL again as a sample. And now you can see that nicely our peaks never hit this 0 dB scale. And if you can see that some of the peaks go above, you can just take the volume of the sample down until you see that no peaks exceed this limit. Now, you might say that, how can we go louder if, let's say, our track is hitting the highest peak, right? Here we're basically almost already hitting 0 dB full scale. And how can we go louder? To understand how we can go louder, you first need to understand that those are just our levels, the volume of our track. But how loud the track feels, we use a measurement different than decibels called LUFS. This is loudness units full scale. It basically tells us how loud it feels to our ears. And when mastering, we'll be trying to make the track feel louder, right? So as loud as we can, without actually ever going beyond this 0 dB full scale limit. We'll be using tools for that, right? And one that we've already uncovered is compression. Compression makes things sound perceived louder because it reduces the difference between the loudest and quietest part of the sound, right? We've already done that before a couple of times. And the second tool we'll use is a new one we have not yet used, and that is a soft clipper. Soft clipping is very similar to a limiter, so a compressor with infinite ratio. But compression, even in form of limiting, is designed to keep the natural shape of the waveform. It's basically just like an automatic volume knob. And soft clipping, on the other hand, basically chops everything that exceeds the threshold, but also rounds off the edge. So it's not unpleasant, harsh, and distorted like hard clipping. And hard clipping you will hear if you record a microphone too loud, for example. So since we'll be pushing up the volume, whatever your mix is, if it's good, it will only be better. If it's bad, then, well, let's put it that way, mastering will not fix this. So don't hope that making your tracks louder will somehow make it sound magically better. First in our mastering train will be an equalizer to remove the unaudible clutter that artificially increases the volume of our track so that we can just push the volume even higher. So we'll apply EQ first. And again, low frequencies like bass sounds take up a lot more space in the track than high frequencies. Imagine them as big heavy waves that push harder on that dB limit. So basically the lower the waveforms, the bigger they get, right? And they have more power, lowering our headroom. So headroom is basically whatever we have left until 0 dB full scale. So if we have a ton of low frequencies in our track, you'll not be able to push the loudness that much, because if you have a ton of low end, and especially this unaudible low end that is under 30 Hertz, I would say. Some people say that it's under 20 Hertz, but anything lower than 30 Hertz is basically clutter. And if somebody says differently, don't listen to them. So we'll want to, of course, remove this clutter. And of course, we'll take low cut filter, and we've done that many times already in our course. But there's a preset already that does that for us. We can choose it by clicking on presets and choosing the 30 Hertz and 18 kilohertz cut. I also like to slightly increase it so we start to really roll off the low frequencies slightly before 30 Hertz. And you can see this is not a big of a difference, so we can surely do something like this and place the band at 30 Hertz by looking at the hint panel. Then those high frequencies, we don't necessarily need to lower them, but I would cut everything above 18 kilohertz, because let's maybe try changing the high cut to low cut so we can hear what will be actually cutting out. Well, you'll not hear it because the video you're watching is already compressed. So it's basically getting rid of those frequencies anyway for us. Let's put it that way. They are very unpleasant to human ears, and a lot of professional engineers will even cut at 16 kilohertz, not 18 as we've done here. Let's try hearing what 16 kilohertz cut would take out. This is a common practice, but you need to get used to doing stuff like this. So let's just put it at 18 kilohertz and leave it. After, in our mastering chain, we'll have a sculpting EQ. So we'll be listening to our track and listening if some of the frequencies could get a little bit of cut, a little bit of boost, and basically hearing if, for example, putting up the mids a little bit doesn't make it sound a little bit better. If it doesn't, then we don't do it. But we never do big changes. Maximum 2 dB, I would say. The more you need to change on the master, remember, the more likely you need to actually go back to the mix and start fixing things there. Remember, we don't want to fix things on the master, we just want to polish it. For my ears, I think it sounds a little bit better when we increase the mids a little bit. We could go back to the mix and, increase the volume of the elements that lie in this area. But when we are applying this EQ on the master, it also gives us a few advantages of, basically increasing everything in this area by a couple of dBs. Like in this case, I'm increasing everything by 2 dB, and it gives it more definition, if you ask me. But that will be much different for your track, definitely. And you don't want to ever copy someone's EQ presets or EQ shapes, because what works for me will not definitely work for your specific track. And I also wanted to increase a little bit of the trebles. It feels like it gives it a little bit more this high-end sparkle. Overall, on the master, never increase the shelf like this, unless you've done the cleaning EQ of those frequencies. Because as you remember, these frequencies are really ear piercing and we don't want to be increasing them. It's better to just make a small bell at 12 or 14 kilohertz rather than just like pushing everything up like that, okay? I think that so far sounds a little bit better. If something doesn't sound better after you've applied it, don't apply it, okay? Just get rid of it. Some masters don't require anything else rather than just a simple volume boost that we'll get into in a second. At this time, after applying some basic EQ, there are many different ways you can go. There are some advanced ways that include applying mid-side EQ, some harmonic exciters, and multiband stereo imaging. But since it's your first time mastering a track, we'll go slightly simpler way. But even this way will bring you excellent results. And we also don't go very, very simple right now because we will be applying multiband compression. And we'll not be pushing up the loudness yet, but we'll just try to create some balance in the frequency spectrum of our track in terms of dynamics. So dynamic tonal balance of our track. This is quite an advanced concept, I would say. Yesterday, I've touched upon a little bit about Maximus. So please revise yesterday's lesson if you haven't watched it yet. But what we want to do is compress each frequency range separately. And there's no magic over here. We just want to simply make the compressor work very, very slightly on each of the frequency range. So for now, there's no specific goal I want you to achieve. just we aim for a couple of dB of reduction of the dynamics on each of the frequency spectrum. If you have your track very, very quiet, for example, let's say your song looks something like this, then please go ahead, open up the sampler and hit normalize. This will bring up the highest peaks of your track to the 0 dB limit, but without, of course, exceeding it. This will allow you to have much better time playing around with the compressors. So we'll start with the low end, and I ask you to not look at anything else other than what I'm telling you to do, because this can look complicated, but most of the knobs, trust me, I don't even use, okay? So we'll just hit lows. So we'll be just processing this frequency spectrum with a compressor that we have here. Okay, let's solo it so we can only hear this frequency range and change it to monitor so we can just monitor what's happening similarly to what we have in Fruity limiter. Let's change our threshold because as you can see, we have this line that tells us that this is indeed our threshold. And we go at around, I would say, a couple of dots down. I would say something like 7 dB lower. And usually this is enough to start making the compressor work. Let's see. Of course, I will be listening to the loudest part of our track. So that will be the drop, your chorus, or whenever the most amount of instrument play at the same time. As you can see, we are not really working that much. So let's bring it down a little bit more, holding Alt always. Now we are working around -1 dB. Let's make it even lower. And now we are starting to hit everything basically. So I would maybe go one step higher and lower the ratio, so that we have about 2 to 3 dB of reduction. Okay, now we are making the compressor work pretty good, about -3 dB of reduction. And now let's go to the mids. We'll do the exact same thing. We just want it to work very, very slightly, maybe even less than what we made the low compressor work. You can see that I had to go higher with the ratio and lower with the threshold to hit more of the sounds, because for now with the threshold set up like that, I was basically hitting just those peaks, right? And when I lowered it, so it's quicker to start working, but when it actually works, it works a little bit lighter. So this is how we can do it, by increasing the ratio and lowering down the threshold. This is a common thing what we need to do in mids and highs, because usually in our mids and highs, we have very, very clicky sounds. Okay, we just want to make it work a couple of dBs down. Don't go higher than 3 or 4 dBs of reduction. Let's go to the highs. Let's now go to our master, and now we'll enable Maximus by using this solo and mute button in time so we can hear the difference. Now you can hear that we actually got a little bit quieter with overall volume and punch. This is because we've compressed the sound, so we lowered the highest peaks of the audio. That's why we now need to go to each of the band and increase the post gain knob to match whatever we had before. So if we lowered it by minus 3 dB, we'll match it with the post gain by plus 3 dB. Same on the midband. In this case, since we are just hitting those tiny peaks, I would make up the same amount we made up in the low band, maybe this time like 2 to 2.5 dB of makeup gain. And same with our highs. So it's hitting at around 3.5. I would go with something like 2.4, right? Not a big difference, but let's hear now the before and after. This is a big difference. Why? Because everything feels glued together in terms of volume. If you listen to the volume of each element, for example, kick, it's really punching through the whole mix, right? It's like attacking us. And when we enabled a little compression on each of the band, no more than 3 or 4 dB, and then made up with the makeup gain for the reduction we've made, now this sounds a lot more squashed and glued and juicy. Now, it might not be the biggest difference we'll make today, but at this point, I just wanted to share with you a hack or a tip that some pros use if they're in a rush and they just don't want to create a manual multiband compression settings and just want to quickly export the track and go to the club and try it out. What we do is instead of Maximus, so I'll just disable it, we apply something we used yesterday on our vocals, and this is called OTT. So OTT is basically just like a one-click multiband compressor with like preset settings. The depth tells us how much of the effect we actually apply, and you can check the difference as well. Again, I will set it to about 15%. So we go similarly to vocals, anything between like 7 to 20%. Let's hear the difference. I would not use it because a lot of people are actually used to the sound of OTT. And there are some tricks to only use the downward compression instead of the upward one, because upward compression actually is what makes the OTT sound very unique. So if we disable the upward and only use the downward compression, so like downward means just we taking the sounds down. Right, so it's a little bit softer effect. So if you ever want to use OTT, I would suggest using it without upward and only when you want to quickly get a master done and not necessarily want to dive into manual multiband compression. It is always better to do it manually with Maximus like that. So I'll remove OTT. And now the last step of our still simple but very good mastering chain will be pushing up the loudness to its limits. So we never use a limiter when mastering, because a limiter is again designed to prevent the sound from exceeding a set threshold. That's the only thing they want to do. They want to just ensure that the waveform still stays as natural as possible. Simple limiter like the one you'll find inside Fruity limiter that we use for compression purposes, it will just behave as a normal volume knob. And this is not what we want definitely. We can test this by just increasing the gain. Let's see. take a look, what it's doing is basically trying its best to not introduce any distortion, but still make it sound, natural. And that causes this weird, like, automated volume kind of feeling. I don't even know how to describe this. Some sounds are just getting very loud, some sounds get quieter, it just sounds super weird. We never use a limiter. That's why we also never want to use the default FL Studio template that is with limiter applied by default, because I cannot count the amount of times I've seen beginner producers wonder why their songs sound off just because there was a limiter applied at all times on the master, and they were like, trying to push up the kick volume, and then it was basically behaving like exactly what we just heard. Instead, what we use is a soft clipper or a maximizer. A maximizer is kind of like a limiter, but it's specifically designed to increase the overall perceived loudness. So it's basically like a mastering plugin, right? A maximizer is designed to increase the overall perceived loudness of the track. So it's specifically created for mastering purposes. Maximizer is kind of like a soft clipper, but with some extra intelligence in handling the dynamics, but they come at a cost. I'm personally yet to find a free maximizer plugin that's better than just simply using a simple soft clipper plugin. A soft clipper is very, very simple and straightforward plugin. FL Studio even has one built in. There's no advanced algorithms going on, and there are also many different ones that sound maybe a little bit different available online. However, threshold, again, we could set at minus 0.3 dB, so as I said before, and then simply use any gain plugin that allows us to push up the gain before the soft clipper, right? Because as you remember, the flow of the mixer goes like that. So we first apply this EQ, then this effect, and then the soft clipper here. So in here we would need to push up the volume so that the soft clipper actually works, right? Because for now, you can see we are not hitting the ceiling, which we set to be very, very high. So we could use something like a simple limiter, bring up the ceiling so we make sure it does not affect it in any way. We just use it for gain. And then after the soft clipper that we've applied here, let me make it a little bit bigger, we'll apply another limiter just to see the waveform, okay? I just want you to see what we are doing. I also increase the ceiling, and you will see that we never exceed this threshold. So this I will use to increase the gain, just increasing the gain. Then it goes to this soft clipper, and then it goes to this view so we can just see what's going on, okay? So let's do that. We're getting some distortion. So as you can see, the waveform looks totally different, and it also sounds very, very different. Let's just for fun disable the soft clipper, so we'll disable it and just reset the ceiling so we can go back and listen to what we would have done if we just used the simple limiter. And with soft clipper, much better. Now, you don't actually have to use this soft clipper here. If you want to save some time, I will remove all the limiters we've applied here because we will not need them, because inside Maximus, we have a soft clipper built in. It is called soft saturation because clipping is just a style of saturation. We're just basically altering the waveform of our song. Make sure you're not anywhere else other than master, okay? We have two knobs. First is called threshold. We just very, very slightly turn it to the left side, not right side, to the left side. That way we just engage the soft clipping. We don't want to be applying any saturation. We don't want to change the sound. We just want to make sure we don't exceed 0 dB full scale. So we just turn it as little as possible to the left side. And then with the ceiling, as you remember, we want to go to something like minus 0.3 or 0.1. I'll go with 0.3, and then don't ask me why, but we'll enable linear phase. Linear phase is basically a little bit more advanced way of processing sound that is usually used when mastering. It's quite important to enable it during the mastering phase. Okay, so we go down, but as little as we can, so something like 0%, and the ceiling we set to minus 0.3, enable the linear phase, and then we use the post gain knob to increase the loudness until we hear audible distortion. So we slowly increase the post gain, and when you hear that your song is getting distorted, you take it down by about 0.5 or 1 decibel. That way you can make sure you're not distorting the sound at all. Now we hear distortion, so we take it down. So I would say something about 6.8 dB in our case is a perfect loudness ceiling we can go to. And if you remember what I was talking about in the beginning, you remember that we had a way to measure how loud our track is. So let's go to Google and search for LUFS meter, and you'll find a Yulin loudness meter. This is a free VST. You can download it for free, and you can see some of the plugins will come in exact form like that. They will have folders instead of a simple execution file. What we want to do is go and choose the VST3 or VST2. I like to take both. In that case, I will start with VST3, open the 64-bit because I'm on this version and I will copy it by hitting Ctrl and C. And then we'll open FL Studio file settings again, manage plugins, and here you'll see the directories of VST3 paths that you can just paste the plugin to. So I'll choose common files VST3 and paste it over here. As you can see, I already have a couple of plugins. And now we can go and find installed plugins, and you can see that we have it here. So now at the end of our mastering chain, we can just find it and put it in, and we will be looking at the integrated volume. Again, listening to the loudest part of the track. Okay, as you can see, we are hitting about minus 6.7, which is way more than enough. And I would suggest you target something around minus 8, minus 7, it's all right. And I now also brought down the gain knob to 6 dB instead of 6.8. So we also got a little bit more of headroom. You can reset it by clicking this button and listen again. Now, minus 7.2 is still more than we need, but it sounds good. I don't hear any audible distortion other than the one that's naturally inside the lead, of course. The problem that we have here is the true peak max. This is a problem when we'll be exporting our tracks to an MP3 file. This means that if we export our track to an MP3 file, we could get some digital hard clipping, slight clipping, but still it will be there. That's why we've enabled the linear phase. However, we have not enabled it in the Fruity parametric EQs that we applied earlier. This is something I don't want you to forget about because Fruity parametric EQ doesn't enable it by default, especially when mastering. Enable the linear phase in the EQ and also the high quality mode, also of course in the other EQ as well. So let's go now again. Now this is much better, of course, than 0.5 above the 0 dB full scale ceiling. That's why we can just go 0.1 lower on the saturation ceiling or 0.2 lower, so just to be safe. We are now half a decibel lower on our soft clipper inside Maximus. So now let's check. Now, as you can see, we are below the ceiling. We are also hitting excellent LUFS. Some people also like to go to minus 0.1 decibel on the ceiling. If you want to make double sure, you will not get any true peak issues. And again, true peak is something you don't have to worry about too much, but it can cause your track to hard clip when converted to an MP3 file. For example, when you'll be listening on your phones or in your car, you just might wonder, hey, why is, my track distorting or something? This is the reason. Okay, so I get it. This was some serious technical knowledge, but I hope that it was not too overwhelming. Now we can mark the full song. Some people also like to delay the start by something like 100 milliseconds can be perfectly fine. And then at the end, we can use this fade out function on the sample. For example, our track finishes quite abruptly, so we can just make it slightly longer like that. If you want, you can disable the loudness meter. We go to export wave file, and this time we enable the 24-bit version of the wave file because this is the most popular one when it comes to releasing music online. Then you also might want to use the MP3 version, which is basically a stripped down wave file and basically a format that is mostly shared online. Always make sure to set the bitrate to the highest amount. At this point, when we are exporting to MP3, we have also option to enable dithering. Dithering adds inaudible noise to your file that helps with some quantization algorithms. You don't have to worry about this. Just let's turn it on. We enable master effects, of course, and start. At this point, we have a mastered track, and this is the time to hit different speakers. Go listen to your track on different headphones, on laptops, in different cars, on Bluetooth mono speakers. Try everywhere and find if there are some audible issues with the track. Your homework for today is to take the final mix you have in today's downloads and follow the mastering process we've done today.